Good afternoon, cricket fans. It is night number 10 here in the European Cricket Series at Night, Belgium edition 2025. I'm Phil G. This is European Cricket Network, and we're set to go with two big games. Let's get into it.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome to the Stars Arena here in Zemst in the middle of Belgium, central Belgium here for the continuation of this wonderful night series. Hope you've enjoyed it so far. It's night 10 and two matches coming your way. But before we go to that, let's talk about what's going on behind me here. It's a really great initiative done by the 12 Stars team. They've got the youth involved. These are all the children, the kids of the football club officials, the cricket club officials. They've all come together and they're all enjoying the sport, trying out different techniques, trying out all that cricket's all about, the bowling, the batting, the fielding, just getting a feel for it, which is really wonderful to see. This is what it's all about. It's getting the youth involved, and there sounds like they're having a lot of fun as well. So speaking of fun, how about tonight's games? You've got Beveren taking on Hasselt head-to-head, two games coming up, and I can't wait for that. This, to me, feels like a preview of Sunday finals action with these two teams. Both big teams. They've got a lot on the plate to try to make sure they secure that top spot on the position on the standings. If they could do that, they straight to the final on Sunday. Still a few games they play after this as well. We'll talk about that a bit more later, but two big games coming up. So why don't we start with the first game tonight, and it's going to be over to Shub Arnard, our tournament referee. He's got the captains for the coin toss. Shub, take it away.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And head it is.
We will bat first.
Bavin bone the toes and we'll have a bat first.
Thank you very much to our tournament referee Shub Arnard there with the news from the coin toss. The Beveren have indeed won the toss, and they're going to put themselves into bat first and put a score on the board, and then turn to Hasselt and say, all yours, what can you do with that? That's a pretty good move for mine. I think that's a pretty good toss to win. We're going to see very shortly how that's going to go. So, as I said in the intro there, big game here for both of these two. They're currently sitting second and third on the ladder. Hasselt in second on 17 points and Beveren sitting in third on 15 points. As we have a look at the ins and outs for the team. So a few changes coming up as well. Hasselt bringing back Wakas Raja. That's a good introduction for him to come back. And Fakhar Zaman also coming back. Saif Rehman and Zakel. They're really good inclusions into the Hasselt team compared to who played a couple of nights ago over on Beveren. Well, they've got Kankel back in, and Othman Zai, Alakazai, and Abdul Sulaiman, he's in. So they're very good into both teams. That's going to strengthen both these lineups. Supercomputer's looking at this and saying likes Hasselt to the tune of 55% over Beveren. It's going to be a close contest. I've got absolutely no doubt about that. And that's what we want. We want a close contest. And I think we're going to get one. I just get the feeling. So we've got two games here tonight, don't forget. And this is the first one coming your way. Don't forget, this is match 22. Afterwards, match 23. And again, it's going to be the same teams going head-to-head again. And this really, really does feel like a bit of a preview of finals action. These two teams are sitting, as I said, second and third. Brussels Warriors sitting top of the standings after a really big evening for them yesterday. They came in yesterday and they played 3 matches and they won all 3. So they have just shot straight into the top spot there on 19 points. So they're 2 points ahead of the team Hasselt, who are then 2 points ahead of Beveren. So that's how it's currently sitting. Just remember, just go through that really quickly for you. We'll look at the standings very shortly. Hasselt have played 6 games. Beveren have played 7 games. So after tonight, Beveren have only got one more game, and it's against 12 Stars. Now, 12 Stars look like they're not going to make Sunday action at all. So it's going to be interesting to see what Beveren do with that match, because there probably won't be, well, there may be a bit at stake for them to try to get the win, but they're going to be going against a team who pretty much got nothing to win or nothing to lose, just more for pride, really. So we're going to start now. The game starts. Here we go. First ball of match 22. We start with a wide. A wide and a wild throw at the stumps there as well. And it's going to be, I think it's a wild +1. Zakel with the duties of opening the bowling as always. And Hadisula there is his looking to score runs straight away, nice and early. So Hadis opened the batting with Malingzai, as we've seen pretty much all tournament, that's how they open, and obviously they are staples at the top order there. So just extras to kick off proceedings here. Nothing off the bat so far, early days. That's another wide ball. So Zakel having a little bit of problem with his delivery here early on this match 22. Night number 10, I do believe we're already up to 10. It's incredible. So 22, and after today we would have had 23 games, so only 7 games left after today. Tomorrow we've got 3 games, Friday 2 games, Saturday 2 games, then it's Sunday. Already talking about Sunday action, incredible. Here we go again. And that is 3rd wide in a row. Hopefully we'll get the next one online. Hello to the chat who's joining us here. Maybe you've got the 2 screens on, watching the action from Jersey and tuning in to watch this Belgian clash. Not quite top of the table clash, because obviously Brussels Warriors are top of the table, but this is a monster clash nonetheless. Dave B in the chat, Paul Kempen, hello to you too. Shot, runs off the bat finally, and it is a square drive for a 6. Nicely struck that one. Malingzai off and running now. Hasselt have been proving very strong in this competition. And quite rightly, they are sitting in 2nd place. They've only had 1 loss and they've had 5 wins. Only picked up 2 bonus points along the way. That's interesting. Beveren have picked up 3 bonus points along the way. Sort of a few teams suffering at the hands of other teams having all 4 points taken away from them. Striking the pad, immediate shake of the head from the umpire as he makes his way to the side, indicates leg bias, no bat in that. Feels the ball was doing a bit much. Hello to Tim Harmer and Ian Smullen who've joined us as well. Good to see you all. Good evening. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're enjoying what is always known as Hump Day. Midweek. It is Wednesday, isn't it? Yes, it is Wednesday. I had to just double make sure in my mind. Sort of days tend to blur a little bit. 11 for no loss early on here. Just mishits that one just in front of square leg umpire. Dot ball, valuable dot ball. Well, the good news is that Zakel, after bowling 3 wides in a row, has finally managed to sort himself out, even though he's got hit for a 6. But that's always encouraging. When a bowler starts with 3 wides, you know there's something definitely wrong. And that radar needs to be reset. But now hopefully he's got that out of his system and can get down to business. Well, he bowls that one short, and that's been hit around the corner. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Big game for these 2 teams. Big game indeed, as I was talking about the standings and what it means to them to get top spot. Top spot means on Sunday you go straight into the final, which would be obviously the later game that will be played. The 2nd game, and obviously the 1st game will be the qualifier. Let me just double check the times as well, because obviously I want to make sure that that's good information. As far as I can see, yeah, so we're going to start on Sunday, just to put it out there, on Sunday. The qualifying match will be at 5:30 local time, and then there will be an hour gap after the game finishes, and then at 8:30 local time will be the final. So time's slightly different as opposed to a regular 2-match night series day/evening here at this ECSN Belgium. But we'll talk more about that when we get to probably Friday and the weekend. And also, it's still way too early to even talk about who's going to play in the finals. We still don't know. It's up in the air. There's still a few teams that have 4 games to play. So how about that? Even though a couple of these teams have already played 9 games, and after today, Beveren would have played 9. Short and punished. It's the best way to describe that. And there's a couple of kids out there, maybe just the other side of the fence. Maybe just keep your eye on that as that goes up towards the clubhouse and rolls back down again. Hadis Terekal, he has got a real a real ability to punch the ball right out of the ground. There's a bit of a, well, there's a roadwork type of vehicle just going behind me here, so that might be a little bit of noise in the old effects mic. Up and coming events, well, the current events, let's have a look what's going on. Malta, Belgium and Jersey. Of course, the T20I is finishing there in Malta, and the Jersey Liberation Series continuing day 3 of 5. And obviously we're up to day 10 of 14 here in Belgium. After this, we've got Greece starting this Friday, ECI and T20I action. And then we go to Sweden, Landskrona for ECSW. And then Estonia now on the map halfway through May. We're going to go to Estonia for T20I, ECI and ECS. It's all happening. There's a lot going on the European Cricket Network. We've barely even started summer. So second over to start. It's going to be Rahman is going to kick things off. And the first over went magical, 21 off it. Really good start there for Beveren. Hasselt looking to bring things back here now in the second. Swivels around the corner. Shout of no. Has to get back in a hurry. Good work there. Just backward of square. Almost a... Well, actually, it's not even backward square. That's more of a fine leg. But he's quite wide and inside the circle. Good placement there. Straight to him. Good work. Hello to Jacob. Jake Stewart, good evening. He's got ice cream for dessert. Well, can I just say, Jacob, that's not fair because I haven't had ice cream all week. No one's given me a bowl of ice cream. I tell you what, that's a good delivery. So, Rahman's hearing us talking about ice cream over here, and he's bowling like he wants a bowl of ice cream too. Who can't say no to a bowl of ice cream? Yeah, Johnny He asking what flavour. Come on, Jacob. Start the food chat. What flavour is it? We all want to know because that's key. Can't believe we're going to get into food chat this early. It's only the second over of the first game. Hit straight, nice. And oh, shy at the stumps there from Sherry Butt, who came in, charging in from that regular mid-on position. Patrols that area, does. And by the way, hello to Johnny He. Hope you're well. Hope you're all well. Hope everybody is doing well, whether you've got a blue spanner or not. Doesn't matter if you're a mod or not. It's wonderful to have you here, keeping me company throughout this evening game and then the night game, which will follow after this one. Oh, that's coming down. And it hits the chair. That's great. That's I've got a chair protection in front of all the gear, and it slammed into the chair. That was a good shot, though. Good shot nonetheless. Just so everyone knows, it didn't hit any gear whatsoever, but I've got a wooden chair just on the ground in front of the what do you call it, the desk here, and it just slammed into the chair. That was the big crunch you heard. Scamper through for a one here. Got to get his skates on. Does. Gets through fine. Good striking here. So after a lovely Maximo straight down the ground into the comms area. That's the first one we've had actually in comms. How about that? That's the first one we've had. That's taken 10 days for that to happen. And everything is fine. All the gear is well protected. I had everything, all the laptops all pushed down, and had even the screen pushed down on the ground, on the table as well, ready for that one. And as soon as I saw it dip, I knew exactly what's going to happen. But that is a lovely shot as well. That has been smacked back foot, sort of smack over the cover. So Malingzai is getting on here and doing really well, striking very nicely indeed. This is picking up nicely then for Beveren. Runs are starting to flow pretty heavily here. And then it's a swing in the middle. Well, it is a wide ball there, to be fair. So it's currently 37 off the 1.5 over. Still one to come in the second. Beveren won the toss and wanted to bat first. Keen to get a big score on the board. And I believe that on the weekend coming up, that Beveren have 2 T20s to play against 12 Stars. And they need to win both of those games to be the champions. I think that's, if I understand that correctly. However, 12 Stars just need to get one win. And they'll be crowned champions and end up going to ECL in 2026. So there's a bit to talk about there. We'll talk about that a bit more, maybe when we get close to the weekend. But for now, that's the end of the second over. Finishes with a dot, 37 for no loss. Hasselt looking to try to put the brakes on here. That's really funny. We got Wakas Raja just double checking on me, checking the heartbeat, the heart rate after that smack. It sounded worse than what it was, and that was a very useful chair, as Dave says, a very useful chair indeed. So, interesting start. Let's have a look at the standings very quickly. So, yeah, there we can see, well, there you could see that these two in second and third place with a lot of work to do to try to secure that top spot. And of course, Brussels Warriors have to be in that conversation as well. Well, swings hard at this one, does Tadakel, takes his hand off the bat, and that flies away. And this score, even this this power play is starting to get a little bit out of control here for Hasselt. Yeah, lovely strike that. He's a clean hitter, really good clean hitter. At the moment he's not a clean hitter is usually when he gives up his wicket. But right now, 20 from 7. Malingsley 13 from 7. The score is 41 for no loss. Oh, it's gotten through the field there. Had hands on it. That's disappointing. Hasselt need to do better than that. They need to contain these two. Any chance to stop these runs? Watch this. Just gets it around the corner. It goes fine. Had hands. Had 2 hands down to that one. I think that's Saif Rahman down there. Who had the job at fine leg. He was inside the circle, so he had to see. He saw it pretty quick. Unfortunately, it's got away. 45 for no loss now. Goes offside. Not a lot of leg work there, not a lot of footwork, but has clubbed that one into the forest. Goes in towards the sun. And look at this, and poor old Zaki Shah, he nodded as soon as literally as soon as he bowled the ball, he kind of like nodded as though to say, yep, that's already gone. That's already going to be in the book. Now he's having a chat with Sherry Butt, the 2 senior members of the team. I think Wakas Raja wants to get across and have a chat as well. I need to give a thanks to Wakas Raja for just checking on me after the Grizzly entered the commentary area. He had a big smile on his face though, but it's all good. Played in good spirits here as this competition. I've really enjoyed it. All the players have been very, very welcoming to the Blue crew, the ECN crew, and of course each other. You see a lot of camaraderie there in the middle. Shah tries to change the angle here. It's a flick off the pads, and that's also boundary. 50 up in that previous Maximo, and then it runs to 55 now. Still 2 balls to come in the power play. Hasselt look like they're going to be chasing a pretty big score unless something can change here. Dave B announcing that in 5 hours his body will age another year. Does it happen that quickly? How does it happen so fast? Whatever you're doing, Dave, stop it. Just step away from the computer or something. Oh, shouts a catch. Brings the false shot. Just got up on Tadakel there. He had to adjust, and in the end, I think he almost just didn't go through with the shot and just sort of turned him a little bit. He's just warned that one. Last ball of the power play coming up. Oh, it's full. And that is dispatched, and it heads towards the area where there's the kids just playing a little bit of cricket there, but there is a big massive fence to keep them protected, and that is going to go all the way. And Tarakel, he's looking fearsome. Just had my assistants ask me if I would like a bottle of water and a coffee, and I had confirmed in the positive. Yes, I do have a couple of assistants here. Yeah, that sounds a little bit pompous. Apologies for that, but they're just a couple of the volunteers who help around the ground, part of the 12 Stars Cricket Club. And you have a look there at a couple of overs that have gone magical, and a 16 as well. Oh, that's good reading if you're a Beverin fan. If you're not a Beverin fan, you look at that and think that's devastating. That is pretty strong start. Statement of intent here from this team. They're looking to post a pretty big score. Their highest score they've posted so far in this contest, in this series, has been 161 for 6, and that was against 12 Stars. It's been mishit. Gets around the corner though. No chance of run. Tarakel just saying to Mal, he's like, it's all right, chill mate. We don't have to take every single run. Put the hand out, and you can see that he was saying to him, there's no run there. You've hit it straight to the player. The last thing we want is a run out to break this partnership. And what a partnership has been too. Yeah, just out of shot there was Hadis, just at the non-striker's end saying, it's all right, it's okay. It's clubbed. That should be cut off. And is cut off. Just pushed towards the other player there. So 2 players come together to work that one. Nicely done. Couple of runs there. So 63 now without loss. And that is, well, that's their partnerships. They're doing very well. Mallingside did lose his bat in the process. Trying to ground it at the non-striker's end. And for a moment there, Tarako looked like he was going to wield both bats at the same time. That probably would have turned out to be devastating. Mahathir Mohammed here. Looks like he's slowing things down nicely. Bit of variation, bit of extra pace. That shot just down the ground. So far this over, only yielding a handful of runs. So this is exactly the tonic that they needed. See in the backland there, Sherry Butt coming off the boundary there at long on. Now he becomes long off for the left-hander. I'm liking his bowling effort. Now he's going to bowl against a different customer. And this is, oh, Hadis, what can you do? Well, that's astonishing. Shouts a yes, yes, yes. Now, has he been run out? Has Mallingside run out, Hadis? Oh, batter isn't sure. He hasn't kept running towards the dugout. Oh, this was a bit of a mess. I heard the shouts of yes, yes, yes. Tarako wasn't interested, and Mallingside just came charging down the wicket. Have a look again. Draws the miss hit, the edge, just misses the stumps. He's worried about his stumps. Now, slowed down. Here it comes. He's short by, oh, probably about a good 10 inches there. This is going to hurt, but that is excellent work. So, Mallingside has, that's unfortunate. He set off straight away. Maybe there was a run there, but Hadis Dadakal, he was at the striker's end, just checking where the ball went and checking where the stumps went, just looking around, and he was slow to take off. In the end, when he looked up, Mallingside was already halfway down the pitch, and so he had to go. Well, technically, he didn't have to go, but he did. Watch this. Watch how fast he takes off. Watch this. Mallingside is halfway. Mallingside is so close. He's 2/3 of the way down, and unfortunately, he's run his captain out. That's going to be a conversation to listen to maybe a bit later on, if we can. Be a fly on the wall for that one. So Hasselt get the breakthrough, and it's a big breakthrough as well. Big time. Johnny here Googling to see if anyone in the UK makes rum and raisin ice cream. Oh, you're just saying that people should Google that. Yeah, rum and raisin ice cream. It's a popular flavour where I come from as well. Short ball, and it's seen very quickly, and that is smacked out towards the dugout. Rolls past one of the blue bins there. Nice shot for a Maximo. So, welcome to the crease. Mansour Mallingside, who's just struck that one. And at the non-striker's end, just trying to pick up who that is, who's the new batter. Well, it's not Tardakel, we know he's out. Goes again, this time along the ground. Bit of work there, good work there on the boundary line. That's nicely done, that's Omid Rahimi. Omid Rahimi, who had had a spectacular out a couple of nights ago against 12 Stars when he hit a moon ball, a dead set moon ball straight back to the bowler. It was Ravi Thaplial, the skipper of 12 Stars. And then in the following game, he almost went out the same way again. Would have been astonishing for that to happen. As it was, it didn't. So that was a successful over for Hasselt. They get rid of the very dangerous Hadis Tadakel, and they're going to breathe a sigh of relief because that was definitely needed. Got my coffee, got my water. I don't have an ice cream yet, but never mind. HS Football asking, Ian, are you doing commentary? Ian Smullen, get over here, jump on the first plane, get over here to Belgium and come and do the commentary with me. Just so we can say, yes, Ian's doing commentary. Up in the air, who wants that one? It's going to be Sherry Butt says, I'll take that one, and he takes it well. He's one of those players that when he gets under the ball, you pretty much just already put it in the book. He's got a very safe pair of hands, doesn't often drop them, even takes the difficult chances too. That is really, really good. Really good catch. Good breakthrough this one at the start of the fifth. Fakhar Zaman. He got a little pat on the head from one of the fielders, and he immediately went and put his hair back where it was. It was, I mean, it wasn't intentional that someone roughed up his hair, but just quite funny. He gets a pat on the head, and then he just, no, that's how I part it like that. Well, that is a big one because that's Mansour Malingzai who's gone. So I'm sure the two openers now gone. We're going to have a bit of a chat about the running between the wickets as well. Nice catch. Just couldn't get enough of that one. There it is. A pat on the head, and then just, no, I like my hair like this. That was quite funny. I think it was was that the skipper, Zaki Shah, who did that? Maybe they did rough his hair up on purpose. Anyway, nice bit of fun there. So we start of the 5th, and we have a wicket. So Rashid and Zakil to rebuild now. Good ball. So Bever have had it all their own way until pretty much almost about now. Run rate 17, 71 for 2, 4.2 overs in, just ticked over there. So there you go. Just a couple of wickets, and suddenly you'd say, well, Hasselt are right back into this, and another couple of wickets or a couple of really tight overs. Who knows? We'll see. Oh, good shot, that one. Just gets the legs to go over the square leg, who jumped in the air, had no chance of picking that one down at all. Nice shot indeed. So yes, AHS football. Hope that cleared things up. That's me, Phil G, doing the commentary duties here. I'm also one of the, well, I've been one of the moderators. This is one of the blue spanners on the network for, I can't remember how many years now. I think 5 years. I think I started sometime in 2020. But it's not about me, it's about the cricket. And that is a nice drive out towards deep mid wicket. Nicely picked up there and just thrown in there. So Zakil, he's raced to 5. Rashid gets to face his first delivery now. Taking his guard with the help of the umpire. Johnny here suggesting Morrison's for the rum and raisin ice cream. See, Jacob, you've got us all talking about ice cream now. Jacob's saying, I'll get my people to call your people. Let's do this. Let's do this. This ice cream situation is getting out of hand. I want ice cream now. It's a good shot. Good fielding though too at the boundary line there at backward point. Well, I've had my coffee delivered. I tell you what, I would slay dragons for a coffee flavoured ice cream right now. How good is that? But I'll settle for the hot coffee. Here we go. Oh, that's a lovely shot. The old uppercut. I do love seeing players play that shot. If it's wide and outside off, just swing hard and lean into it. And that's exactly what Sabir Sakil has done. And he's absolutely middled that one. What a lovely shot. It looks good. And the reason I like that shot, because I kind of think that delivery on its own in isolation is not a great delivery. And as we go into our in-game analysis, thanks very much to 1xBet too for looking after us. So we love to look after you as well. Currently, this game is really poised quite nicely. I think the Hasselt bouncing back the way they have. And Beverin now only 83 for 2. Just these last couple of overs. Last over just went for 5 runs. Before that, 4 runs. Sorry, 10 runs. So 12 and 10 runs. So it's, yep, things are quietening up a little bit now. So this is a good little run home now in the second half of the innings. See if Beverin can maintain this momentum. Having lost the 2 openers, but they're not short of big strikers, that's for sure. They've got a lot of power in their lineup. Hasselt have got a good batting lineup as well. Don't take away from them. Expected score is at 150. I'm interested to see whether that's something that might get chased down. Up in the air and out of the park. That still hasn't come down. Now it's just come down just now. What a great shot that was. Wow. Zakil, he's a very handy middle order batter, is Zakil. He's made a lot of runs in this tournament. He's picked himself up, I think he had a 53 not out a couple of nights ago for Beverin as well. So he's very, very handy, and he starts off just a blinding, absolutely blinding, the way he starts his innings. Just plays that a little bit softer hands, just to the regulation mid-off position. Skipper gets around and gets that one. Ian Smolin saying, as soon as, was it? As soon as I'm in my van, Manly Coastal, shouldn't be an issue and be fine thing in a couple of months when you retire. You're retiring in a couple of months, Ian. Well, we should have a discussion. What are your plans after you retire? I'm interested to know that. Obviously, don't share too much. This is obviously a public forum. I'm just interested to know what you might be doing. No ball signalled there too, by the way. Just watching the umpire. And I did make a small request. So bye signalled. And he's just explained to the bowler what's happened here, I think. And yeah, the square leg umpire is also saying above the whip. And also I put a request in to taunt referee, just asked that maybe the free hit signals could be up above the head. They were doing the umpires were doing the free hit signals edged and flown over the top of the wicketkeeper. Well, the bowler is jumping around like he's upset the catch wasn't taken. I hope he realised what a free hit is, because even if he'd caught it, it would have been nothing. But maybe just upset that the boundary was scored. So Zakiel gets more runs now. He's racing along. So Hasselt here, having dismissed the two openers, just need to be a little bit cautious here. They don't let things get away again. 97 for 2, some real acceleration going on in this over. Hits the stumps. I think he was home though. There was no appeal. It's a good follow-up there from Mahathir. So keen. He's a bit of a live wire when he's bowling. Look at this. Grounds the bat. Again, just plonks the bat over the line rather than slides it in, but in that case, he was standing right there, so that, okay. Dave B saying, Phil, you got to scream for it? What are you talking about, Dave? Oh, that's a really good effort to save the boundary from Sherry, but oh, no, it's not. I think that touched the rope. I'm not sure. Yep, I think even he's owned up to that one as well. That has touched the rope. Watch this. Just at this last little moment. And a split second in it too. Just a split second. That is indeed a boundary. So that is how the over's going to finish. 18 off that over. It's a very good over for Beveren. They come back from those last couple of overs that happened beforehand, where it was only 12 and 10 runs off overs number 4 and 5. And they sort of feel like they're getting things back on track, and with that, the 100 comes up. So 101 for 2. Looking like they're building again, these two. That's a good delivery. Skipper taking on responsibility there. Hello to Monaco Ramos Acosta. Lovely to see you in the chat as well. Good to see everyone in the chat. Hope you're all well. Zaki Shah continuing. It's been swung very hard out towards deep mid-wicket and across the boundary line. A couple of bounces, 4 runs. Rashid now getting into the groove. Zakiel coming down the pitch and saying, yep, like that. Let's see more of that. So the 100 up in the 7th. Start of the 7th, and then that happens, and that's a massive 6. Smashed. So these two are looking to carry the score maybe to 150 and then some. We had a 150 scored last night that wasn't chased down. That was the Brussels Warriors put on 150 for 6. Omid Kell starring with 81 of 28 deliveries. I'd be saying that Beveren are going to go well beyond that, and they're threatening to overtake their best score of the series, which was 161. Let's see if they can do that. Well, having said that, Zaki Shah says, I've had enough of this. Let me bowl a slower, straighter one, and we'll see if Rashid can connect, and he cannot. So Abdul Rashid is done. Deceived. And that's that. Dave B saying, Ian and I are doing a road trip to Qatar in September. Yeah, I saw you guys talking about the road trip to Qatar in September. I think that's awesome. Anyone else thinking of going to Qatar in September to watch the ECC, please jump in the chat and let us know what your plans are and how you're going to do it. I am of a mind to actually try to find a way to jump into that road trip for at least a few days, maybe even a bit longer, depending on on what my circumstances are around that time. Things are still a bit up in the air in terms of what I'll be doing in the lead up to ECC for work. So obviously also work with European Cricket Network. So I have ideas. Maybe it might. Dave, I get the ice cream. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream, and we scream for another wicket there. Well, this is a big wicket indeed, because Abdul Suleiman has come out, and he's a big hitter, and he's gone first ball with a terrific delivery from Zaki Shah, who's got 2 in 2. Talking about ice cream, I tell you what, I'm going to get him a bowl of ice cream if he pulls out a hat-trick, because he's on a hat-trick now. How about that? That's a great delivery. So skipper here leading by example and saying, all right, guys, we need to pull this back. Watching the ball flying away from the blade of Sabir Sakil, who's now at the non-striker centre just watching things happen. And we are now on hat-trick watch. Let's see, can Zaki Shah add his name to the 2025 Hall of Fame with hat-tricks? With this one, he's got 2 in 2. Hat-trick ball coming up. Here we go. Swung around. It was in the air for a while, but there is no one back there behind square, and that's a good shot for 4. So much for the hat-trick. It's all gone. Just remember that, action from Jersey tomorrow, day 4 of 5. And there's a big 5 games coming your way. Southern Spitfires and the Eastern Royals start things off. And then the Yorkshire Cricket College and Eastern Royals go head-to-head. The lunchtime match, Western Towers, Southern Spitfires, Yorkshire Cricket College back for the 4th game against Central Commanders. Then Central Commanders will stick around and play the evening game against Southern Spitfires. And that's Vinny Sandhu and Danny Hudicek taking care of business for you. Let's see if we can, oh, there we go. Just lost my screen for a second. But let's see what happens there. And that's going to be awesome. And a big thank you to one of my best friends here in the Blue Crew for providing maybe some Wi-Fi that may be stable. Having not had a lot, so this is awesome stuff. Here we go. Oh, it's wide and it's short and it's not well bowled. And that's Gagan Mann, who's just drifted down leg side there. Now everyone knows in the chat I've had issues with Wi-Fi this week. My very good friend Marzi has just come around and given me a Starlink in the hope that it's going to connect up. So hold on, folks. I may be back to my best. Zakil there, he's struggling after that free-flowing 26 he scored off not many deliveries. Sort of get the feeling he's just struggling a bit now. It's good bowling though. After that errant delivery that went very wide and short. Let's see what we can do here. Well, that's been swatted with real power. That's just a bit of a Gundy ball. It's a bit short and it's just been caned out of the ground. And that's gone, well, not even backwards square. That's gone to sort of even further, like a very wide, fine leg. Good shot nonetheless. How about that? All right, let me test this, folks. Let me see if I am back on. I can't see the chat at the moment. Let's see if this is going to work. Fingers crossed. Oh, just mishits that one. Could have easily gone to hand. Didn't land even too far away from the bowler. Gives him the charge. 123 for 4. Expected score now is around 157. Still a lot of work to do. Hasselt is staring down the barrel of a big chase here. Alcazar there just swings, but didn't really sort of had the feeling he wasn't really sort of swinging to put it into the boundary. It was just sort of like a gentle sort of I don't know, like he was paddling a boat almost. Oh, that's better. That's been tucked around the corner very fine. And fine leg is up inside the circle, had no chance, no look on that whatsoever. So Gagan Man's over is sort of disintegrating quite badly. It started with a bit of vigour and a bit of promise of maybe pulling some false shots, but unfortunately just hasn't been able to capitalise. Shouts to catch it and juggled over the line, and that's going to be pushed over for Maximo as well. Umpire's going to go for confirmation, but I think sadly that is going to end up on the wrong side of the rope. Watch that come down. 1 touch, 2 touches. I think he's tapped it over the line. No, apparently bounced inside the line. There you go. That's what happens when I'm trying to do 3 things at once. So 12 off the over from Gagan Man. The score is, was that 127? No, it'd be 131 for 4. Run rate at 16.38. You see a couple of wickets falling in the 7th, but these two kicking on again. Good depth in their batting as this team, Beverin. Very sharp. So expected score where I think they're going to push into the 160s, and Hassel, they've got the ability to make a big score. They made a 150. I'm pretty sure, no, they haven't made a 150. Yes, they have, sorry. Hassel, their best score is a 182, and that was against the Brussels Warriors, and that was in match number 2. So these big hits you're seeing here, that's a massive shot. That's going to be a bit of a chase for the Volunteers to find that one. I think Hassel are going to be staring down the barrel of another big chase here. They're going to be, well, they didn't chase 182, they made 182, and that was against Royal Brussels, and they end up making a very big win there in match number 2. Rahman getting punished here, and that's slow, and it was full, and that also got punished as well. That was not a good delivery. That was the classic example of a Gundy ball. So, oh, Dave B saying we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, but we didn't get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so close. It's a rare thing. And I know Tina and I talked about the bingo cards. I'm still keen on ECM bingo cards. I'm still working out how we're going to do it. But if we could do that, there would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 category 4 sure. I almost could have called that one. So the latest from my Wi-Fi is it's not great. Okay. I may have to point it in a different direction. Anyway, I'll do that during the innings break. Apologies, folks. Getting a bit sidetracked by trying to get my connectivity going here and losing touch with the chat, which is never fun. Rahman, though, tell you what, he's kind of losing touch a little bit here because this is not a great over from him. And case in point, another wide ball. Score is 146. That expected score now pushing closer to 170. And yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of a problem for the Hassel team when they have to come out and make this many runs against a very strong bowling side too. Let's not take anything away from Beverin's bowling attack. They are a very strong bowling side and batting side. It's hit well and picked up at the deep mid-wicket area. The throw's a bit hot. Rayman can't hang on to it. Just the one there, 148. The score on the board. Still a few deliveries to come in this over and then a whole over to go. So after this, I'm sorry, I'll wait for the over to finish. After this 2 games tonight, Hasselt still have to play 2 more games, and they will have the Royal Brussels to play on Saturday. And Saturday night, well, obviously that's the last of the group games. So it will have to wait until then to see who's going to go through to the final in which position, who's going to be top of the table, and who's going to play the qualifier. Right now, the 3 teams that we're talking about is Beverin, Hasselt, and the Brussels Warriors. They're the 3 teams that are in that discussion at the moment. And it will take quite an effort from Antwerp and from the Royal Brussels to try to push themselves up, which I'm not sure they're going to be able to do. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There's still a lot to talk about, so we shall see. I think I think in that Starlink being connected to the power board here, I think my laptop's been unplugged, so I'm slowly running out of power, which is, when it rains it pours. Anyway, one more over to go. I'll try and save as much electricity as I possibly can. So 149 for 4, 5 balls to come in this over and in this innings. Akbar Alakazai has really put the foot down and raced up to 26 now. Zakil sort of stuttered. He got to 26 and then sort of stuttered a bit. Let's see if he can change that up now. Oh, gets away from the keeper. Gets right away from the keeper. Can you believe that? It's gone for 4 byes. Ouch. That's going to be tough. Striker wasn't aware of it. Keeper is absolutely filthy with himself. Can't believe he's put that one down. Not just put it down, just got through. Tajinder Saran having a bit of a shocker there. Zakhel in again. That's been smacked really hard. Has it got the legs? Certainly does. That's a big 6. Smacked towards deep mid-wicket and towards the dugout area. So the ball boys in the background there just relaxing on the fence and slowly making their way over to where that one's landed. Slowly. There he goes. There he goes. He's got the ball back now. Good work. 159 for 4. 3 to come. That's a very wide delivery, that one. And good backing up there from third man. Jinder Saran in a bit of the wars there trying to get that one. Just a bit of conversation between Johnny here and Dave. No, it's okay, Johnny. Dave was being complimentary. That's absolutely fine. I don't mind compliments. Eat them like chocolates. And so does the batter when he gets deliveries like that. Puts that one out of the ground. Nice shot indeed. Goes a long way back. Zakil there marching then. He's got a chance here to pick up a very well-deserved half-century with what I think is the final ball. There it is. It's gone over that fence too. No, 2 balls to go. So he's got 2 bites of the cherry to try to pick up a well-deserved half-century here. 46 from 18 is the current score that he's on. And 166 for 4. 2 balls to come. I say go, 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 go. Well, he's going to get off strike. And that is leg by. So he's going to have to settle for 46 off 19 balls faced. And Alcazar is going to face the final delivery, pending any wide plus an extra run or a no ball. It looks like to me that Zakil is going to get stranded on 46, won't get his half-century. So here we go, Zakil in. And picked up and put, jump, falls out of the hands of the fielder there. Cannot believe he's missed that one. Chance for a run out. The throw's wild. It's all happening. And unfortunately for Hamar Guman, it falls out of the hands. Doesn't get to take the catch. A couple of runs there to finish with. So 169 for 4 after 10. After Beverin won the toss and elected to bat first. Zakil goes for 36 from his 2 overs. There's a generous cheer from the dugout, from the Beverin dugout. They're very happy with that performance. And yeah, Zakil, I think he's also getting a pat on the back from his the opposition captain, and saying, look, that was a good innings, well done. You probably deserve the 50. I'm sure he's saying that. You probably deserve the 50, but not to be on this occasion. Never mind. There's always another time. So we're going to roll the highlight reel there. I saw Raja Saklain Dasawa in the chat saying, hello, how are you, mate? I'm very well, thank you. Your question about who's your favourite team, let me think about that, because I need to make sure I give the right answer. Obviously, you're asking me about this particular series, aren't you? Who's my favourite team? That's a tough one. That's really tough. Let me come back to you on that. And we're going to look at the highlights here. You're going to see the Beverin team really making a real fist of this right from the very start. It was a fantastic opening stand between the two batters, Malangzai and Tarakel. They put on 64 in 3.4 overs. It was crazy, crazy acceleration, but probably also fair to say that the bowling was probably not exactly where it should be. and as a result, they had to wait for that run out to get the first breakthrough. And how this was given, he was out in the end by at least about a foot. And it was a good bit of work though to get him out. Malangsai, he tried to continue the best he can, hit one more 6 that got a bit blurry there, but then this one was put up in the air, and Sherry Butt settled under it and said, I got that. Here you go, have the ball back, let's keep going, let's get on with it. So that was the openers done and dusted. So Abdul Rashid and Sabir Zakil came in, and they put together a pretty good partnership as well in the middle order there, middle overs. Same Zabir Zakil as well. I mean, he hits the ball so well. That was a miss. That was a bad miss. Very thick edge, and the keeper, well, he couldn't say anything apart from the fact that I completely fumbled that. That's literally all it was. 4 runs there. Then Zaki Shah brought himself on, got a wicket, played on. Doesn't matter how you get him, just need to get him. So that was the end of Abdul Rashid. And the next ball, Abdul Sulaiman, he comes in and he got himself bowled as well. No hat trick. And it was Sabir Zakil as well, was doing really, really well. Continuing on his merry way. You see the shots going to all parts of the ground. So as we sort of wind down the highlights here, we're going to look at a bit of a refresh of the batting card, and you're going to see a story there of Sabir Zakil, that not out 46 top score. Hasadullah Tarakal at the top there at 40, and of course Malangsai, that 23 that he got, a good 28 at the end there. Also a bit of a cameo, 28 from 9 from Saeed Akbar Al-Akazai. In the bowling was not too bad. Well, it didn't start well, but it got a bit better. Zaki Shah 2 for 38 and 1 to Zaman only, and they had a run out there as well. So the bowling could have been a little bit better. And so as it stands, the score is on the board, and the gauntlet's been thrown down to Hasselt from Beverin. So 169 for 4. So looking for 170 when they come out to bat in about 8 minutes time. This is Phil G for the Cricket Network. I need to jump off and reconnect my laptop because it's been disconnected for some reason, and I'll be back with you all very shortly, and hopefully I'll have some internet and I'll be able to see what you guys are talking about while you guys are chatting there, and I can't quite see you. But anyway, hey, it's Phil G, and I hope you're enjoying it all. Hope you're enjoying the cricket here. I'm enjoying it, and it's more important that you are as well. So this match hanging in the balance. Come back and join the run chase in a couple of minutes time. I'll see you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back everybody to the resumption of this big game here tonight. Match 22 hanging in the balance after Beveren came out and pretty much obliterated the Hasselt bowlers there. Put on 169 runs for loss of 4 wickets. Well, probably not complete obliteration, but wow, put to the sword. So the bonus point equation is pretty straightforward. If Beveren can restrict Hasselt to 118 or less, they get all 4 points in the game. And for Hasselt, if they can chase that mammoth score down in 7 overs or less, they would really deserve to get a bonus point. So you never know, it may happen, it may not happen. We shall find out in about 40 odd minutes time whether that's the situation or not. There's the players that are all coming out there into the centre. Tadakal had his Tadakal. He's the captain for Beveren. He's just coming back towards the in front of me here in the long off position. He's just marshalling the troops around, putting them where he wants them. And I think he's happy now. That's the voice you can hear in the background. Kunkel has got the job to open up the bowling. And we're about to start the run chase. 170 for the win for Hasselt. Start with a wide. A generous round of applause for a wide. Don't often hear that, but there you go. So things have resumed here. And let's see how we go. It should be a very interesting run chase here. It's a get going right from the very start sort of run chase, as you can imagine. And Beveren will not want to give any quarter away. It's been hit uppishly. There is someone out there, which is really good field placement to put the player out there. That's actually really clever, because for a moment I thought, well, no one's going to get to that. Turns out there was. And you can see they're just coming into shot was Mohammed Noman, who runs around from backwards square. It hits his leg. He's almost tapped it back into play, but not quite. That would have been a miraculous bit of captaincy to put a fielder right where the first boundary was going to get hit. So, first runs off the bat. Guman gets off with a 4. And then he capitalises on that short ball and pulls it towards deep mid-wicket, and it lands amongst his fellow Hasselt team members there, who look a bit nonchalant as they lean down, pick up the ball and throw it back in. And they say to Beveren, I believe this is yours. So there you go. Just looking at the standings one more time. Well, won't look at it now. Look at it when it pops up. I'll talk about it then. Well, that's got him. It was the slower ball, and Guman is done. All ends up. He cannot believe it. Once again, he throws his bat at his right pad as he cannot believe he's given up his wicket that easily in the first over. It was just a slower ball. It was straight and it was slower. Change of pace gets him. Look at this. Yeah, just slightly back of the hand, and it flicks the off stump, knocks the bails off. Look at this. Just flicks the top of off stump. Doesn't cannon into it. And that is massive for Beveren. Massive indeed. Well, didn't expect that to happen. And yet here we are. Well, that's going to be trouble aplenty now for Hasselt. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us, whether you're watching maybe from India via Fancode or watching the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. And don't forget, on the European Cricket channel YouTube channel, there is so much material, so many videos to watch. You can go through that back catalogue. You could spend literally months watching all of our action from the last couple of years in the back catalogue on YouTube. So please help yourself. And, well, that gets hit to a pretty straightforward mid-wicket position. And mid-wicket was back on the circle edge. And doesn't have a chance to get that one, but just draws that miss hit. Gets short, and Wakas Raja just turns his head away, looks for evasive action. It climbed up, but it didn't have a lot of pace on it. And Salazar almost picks that one up. Almost plays a similar shot. Wakas Raja is going to have to stand tall here. He's into the side for this game today. And Hasselt need him to put together a great partnership with Saran. And when Sherry Butt comes out, if he does come out to bat, you're going to need a lot from him as well. A lot of work to do. Dave B saying good night. He has to go off and rock and roll. No worries, Dave. Thanks for joining us this evening. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, was something on that. There was indeed. The umpire puts the finger up. This has been a terrific over from Kankel. He's got 2 wickets and 2 big wickets as well. And Wakas Raja, he goes. And Hasselt are in all sorts of trouble. All sorts. Not a licorice all sorts, but this is all sorts of trouble for them. Look at that. Just it angled in, it straightened. And I think he was beaten for pace. Just completely misjudged it and went for some sort of swipe, some sort of swing. Anyway, it's 2 down in the first over for only 11 runs. And Beveren have stamped their authority all over this match. Need to ask is Raja Saklain Sawa, are you still there in the chat? Just looking to see if you're still there. You asked me the question before the break about who is my favourite, what's my favourite team here in this competition. I have an answer for you. You may not like it, but I've got an answer for you. 52 matches since the Golden Ball, and that kind of feels like a number that's getting too high now. Now we've broken the half century. We need to think about chopping that one down. It's like watching a player on the opposition just getting a good innings. Just want to get rid of him. Up in the air, going to fly away, and it's going to make over the boundary line for a Maximo. Saran finally gets to face a delivery, and he goes and swings hard and connects. And as I would have thought, Sherry Butt is the new batter in at the non-striker's end with a wicket on the last ball of that previous over. So yeah, I would say, okay, so here we go. Putting my life on the line here, as I'm sure there's a lot of Belgian cricketers watching and listening. I would say that my favourite team, in this night series so far, just goes to the player, gets through the player, and across the boundary line for a very well-needed boundary. So the run's starting to come now. Maybe the players just settling down. So yeah, my favourite team is a hard one because I'm meeting these teams also for the first time. I think the team that I'm most impressed with, the team that really strikes me as the kind of team that if I turned up and said I want to play cricket in Belgium, who can I play for? I would go to Antwerp. I would want to play with the Antwerp team. Just something about the way that they get around and get through their duties, and the way that they carry themselves, and the positivity in the conversations I had with them. It's very infectious, and they're the kind of people I gravitate towards when I play cricket. That's why I played for the Barbarians in Prague for all those years. I never swapped teams. Never went across to any other team. Invited to join other teams, didn't. I stuck with the Barbarians because it was just that kind of feeling about the team. And I think to me that's really important. Saran now. And gets the bottom edge on that one. It's going to fly away as well. So he's doing the job here. So he's hit a 6 and 2 fours, and this is really, really good for Hasselt after losing the 2 wickets, 2 big wickets in the first over. This over's already gone for 14. And this is more positive from Saran, much more positive. Tim Harmer noted that there was a goal scored. Very nice one, Tim. Hits that and picked up off the deck. That is in. I'm pretty confident that's a catch. I'm not sure if the umpire put his hand up there. I think he put his hand up to sort of catch the ball after it was thrown back to him. But Hadis has taken a really good catch low down. You're going to see it from sort of this angle. And I can tell you now that that looked to me like he had everything off the deck, all fingers underneath the ball and off the deck, and that is indeed out. And that's a massive blow now as Sherry Butt departs. Can you believe it? He's gone for a first baller again. This is the second time in this tournament he's unfortunately departed without bothering the scorers. Have a look at this one more time. Just swings hard and Bosch. Well caught. I said it last over and I'll say it again this over. Oh, sorry, that wasn't Sherry Butt. My mistake. Sorry, that was Saran. I thought they took a single on the previous ball. Whew. Apologies to Sherry Butt for that. It was Saran who hit the ball straight down the throat there of Hadis. And this one has just eluded Zakil over on the other side of the ground and gone across for 1 bounce and 4 runs. Raja Saklain Sawa, he's back there. So I hope that answer satisfies you. That is my true, honest answer. regarding a favourite team here or a preferred team, but I hope my reasons also sort of stand up as well. That's exactly the reason why I would say that. Have a look at the standings here. So Hasselt and Beveren playing their 6th and 7th matches respectively, and after this Hasselt will have 2 games, Beveren will have 1 more game. But look at the bottom of the table. Antwerp still have 4 games, Royal Brussels still have 4 games, and they have a chance with things going in their right direction. They could sneak into 3rd place. It is still mathematically possible, but only just. But they have to have everything going their way. So it's a bit hard to say what's going to happen in the next couple of nights. So we're still going to wait and see what happens with regards to the finals. Still a lot of cricket to go. Sherry Butt, who's still there, faces his first delivery finally. Short, smacked in the air, and that goes a long way over the line for a Maximo. See the run rate at the bottom of your screen there, just flashed up. It's still around about 17. Still a lot to do. All right, Raja Saklan Sawa with a lovely comment. Thank you very much for saying that. I thoroughly appreciate that. I've appreciated everybody at the ground who said that as well. I'm glad I can sort of bring something. I know I'm not one of the regular commentators for ECN, but I try my best, try to give you guys some entertainment and try to give you the cricketainment that you're looking for. And also try to be fair as well. Maybe a little bit colourful at times. Hopefully not too much. Oh, there's a bird. What is that? Is that a crane? I think that's a crane. It's not a goose. We usually see the geese around this time of night. Maybe that's a stork. I've just been told that's actually a stork. It wasn't carrying a baby though. How can it be a stork? Just kidding. It's coming down towards me. No, it's going over me. That's a great shot. That's a massive shot. And that has gone straight as you like and right over the top of the comms tent by quite a fair way too. There's my tent. There's the top of the tent. Good work there in the scaffolding to catch the top of my head there. So Ahmed Rahimi getting into the runs now as well. And that required run rate is just over 17. But it's always been at about 17. That's the catch. It's always been at 17. So if they're going to keep going at 17 per over, try to take this game all the way into the 10th. Kunkel is, he's got 2 wickets, 2 very important wickets, but he's gone for 24. Quite expensive. And Rahimi has really, really launched into that one. Rahimi's had a couple of good innings, but he's only had about 2 good innings in this tournament, so he's due for a good one now. He's kind of been a bit disappointing the last few times we've seen him here. Let's see what he can do. Ooh, he's almost lost his wickets there. That was so close. He's called through for a quick single. Yeah, look at the replay on this one. This was almost curtains. Almost. Wow, that was so close. That is shaved off stump. If off stump had a sticker, that would have connected with it. That's how close that was. That's crazy. Or just probably a little bit high as well. Kunkel can consider himself unlucky he didn't get a wicket with that one. So he continues now. Still 2 balls to come in the over. 43 for 3 is on the board. Power play, not bad, but they've lost wickets. But it gets on him, but he launches this one skyward. And it just comes down now. And that is a big shot. Didn't really have control, but had power. I mean, he's a powerfully built man, and when he swings at it like that, it just carries. So with the pace of the bowler and with the power he's got in his upper body, just puts that one out of the stadium, or out of the ground. Quite the stadium. 49 for 3 now. 1 more to come in the power play. How much they love to get the 50 up. Real psychological boost to get a 50 in the power play. Doesn't. It's a dot ball, and it's a ripper. That's a great delivery, that. Kunkel finishes with 2 for 30. 2 very important wickets in his first over. He was a little bit more expensive in that second over, but he came perilously close in that over to get another wicket as well. Really good bowling, good pace. So it is 20 off the over. It does go magical with those 3 Maximos. Have a look there and see what's going on. So 11, 18 and 20. So things are going in the right direction for Hasselt, except for the fact that they've lost 3 wickets. That's the damaging problem for them. So the middle order can have all the work to do now. which is not too dissimilar to Beverin, although it was they were 2 wickets down and a good partnership sort of came together then. So it's not going to be too dissimilar. This is going to test, obviously, both of these teams' middle orders, see what they can come up with. So 121 from 42. You see at the bottom of the screen there, that run rate is still 17 and or 17.2 to 8, and that's going to help big time. Swings hard and goes over the fence of the football field. Yeah, Rahimi is capable of the big hit. We saw him do this a couple of matches ago. Actually, it was probably mid last week. I think he made that really big score. I'll check that out for you in a moment. But it's he's due for another big score, and you think this could be his opportunity here. He's on 16, only faced 4 deliveries. And we're at the start of the 4th. That ball just didn't really bounce as high as what they usually do. Just keeps a bit low. Salazar has been pretty competitive with the bowling. A little bit wayward a few times, a little bit expensive, but he's been good. Really good pace too. I think I'll say for the Beverin bowling lineup, they don't have any shortage of pace bowlers. Shouts to catch it. There's a chance of catch here. Running hard. Oh, a desperate dive at the end there. Cannot bring it in. That was so close. That was Noman down there who tried to back it up with a big dive. Just out of the fingertips. That was a lot closer than I first thought. Just misses the fingertips. So it lands safely and just the 1 run. So 56 for 3. Rahimi living dangerously. 17 from 6 now. Brings Sherry Butt onto strike. He's got 13 from 4. Halfway through the 4th. Smack. Oh boy. That is massive. And that has gone into the fence over near the, well, to the property line there. Where over the European cricket sign there. Look at this. Oh, there's a bird there as well. Get out of the way. Shot. You get the feeling that these two are the key for Hassel. Miss hit down the ground. It's just going to be fielded down in the long off position just for the single. Hadis does the job there. And my apologies to Hadisula Tadako, because last week I was following what was written down for me, which was Hasid, which was completely wrong. So my apologies to him. I've got it right now. It's a bottom edge. Bounces in front of the keeper though, but he does draw the edge. It's good bowling. So 107 from 36. You see at the bottom of the screen after 4 overs. That's what's required. So a lot to do here. And hello to everyone who's joined us here on the YouTube chat on the European Cricket Network. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday wherever you are. Hope you're enjoying the cricket here as well. This is a very nicely well-fought game at the moment. You see that white line just ticking downwards ever so slightly in that last over. It was a good over that, went for 14. That's below what they needed. So there's therefore the slight little down tick. 63 for 3 is the score. Chasing a big score of 170. Still need a lot to do. So we start the 5th now. Fiola with the ball. Miss it down the ground. There was a bit of a clap there for that delivery. It was a good full delivery and not picked up very well. And just smacked into the ground. Yeah, good ball that. Very good ball. Not much to do with that one. It was only probably about a 4th or 5th stump line and very full. So a nice tide over here from Beverin, and suddenly that run rate could push into the 20s. It's a good ball, just beating for pace, pure pace, nothing else. Rahimi can't get anything on that. You really get the feeling that Hasselt need at least 2 or 3 magical overs. They need them, well, they need them now in the next couple of overs, or else they could be left with, you know, sort of 50 runs or more in the last 2 overs, which may be a bridge too far. Let's see how it pans out. That's straight. Miss hit though, 1 bounce. And picked up and shied at the stumps. Good throw. Good work there on the boundary line just in front of us here, straight. The skipper patrolling the boundary line straight here. where a lot of runs have been scored in this competition, so it's a good position to put one of your best fielders, make sure they get around, moves quick across the ground, has got a good throwing arm as well. That run rate already up now to 19. Oh, bends the back. You heard a little grunt there. Effort ball that. That's another dot. This is a terrific over here. It's only 4 deliveries old, but already it's been only worth 2. And this is the kind of over that puts so much pressure on the batting side. That required run rate is now nudging 20. I said that, so this is a tight over. And then suddenly the required run rate is 20 runs. Oh, you got trouble. Beverin looking very good right now. 65 for 3, 2 to come. Again, another good delivery in the block hole. Can only be punched down the ground for a single. And generous round of applause from the fielders for their bowler here, because Raffaiola is doing a terrific job. Let's see if we can finish well with this over. So far, this has been 1.1.1. It's like binary code. How does he finish? He's going to finish with a single down the ground. And that's all. That's it. That's it for that over. Fifth over is worth only 4 runs. It's exceptional over. Gets a few congratulations from his teammates. They come in, pats on the back. He's got a bit of a smile on his face as well. Even his skipper gets across and says that is a very good over. Well done indeed. As we have a look at a bit of an in-game analysis here, thanks to our good friends at 1xBet. This is a critical over coming up now. This over has to go magical. That's pretty much all there is to it. And from here on in, every over has to be, you know, sort of 18, 19, 20 for Hasselt to get in with even closely get a chance here. Beverin have bowled sensationally. That last over especially was just almost a match-winning over right there. And we've still got 5 overs to go. So Beverin holding all the cards at the moment for me. And Zakiel gets a chance to bowl now. Got him. First ball, stumps Akimbo. And he is going to be very happy. Backing up his very good innings of 46, not out with a first ball there. And he gets rid of Rahimi, who cannot do anything more. I thought he was on for a good innings here. Started well, but things got really bogged down. And he was just swinging across the line for that deep mid-wicket area. And unfortunately, he's missed completely. Yep, the batting is struggling here. But struggling against good bowling. Yeah, there's always 2 sides to a coin. And it's one thing to say the batting is not very good, but it should be pointed out that the bowling is very good. That's why the batting is suffering here. So that Zakiel gets a wicket with his first ball. Gagan Man comes in to face the music. What can he do? It's a fuller ball. Not sure what the wicketkeeper's appealing for. Only he knows. I guess that's the catch. Okay, maybe he's appealing for a catch. Anyway, not to be. Good evening to Julian Dawson. Hope you're well. And good to see you've joined us also, Julian. It's an interesting game, this one. However, I feel that with the last over, it's kind of gone against the grain for Hasselt. So now we're talking about what Hasselt need for a point. 51 from 27 for a bonus point, as we kind of get the feeling that maybe the win is a bridge too far. It's still on the boards, but this man especially will have to just open a can of you-know-what and try to push things along. See what he can do. It's a Gundy ball, but it brings the miss hit. Smile on the face from the bowler there. He knows he's gotten away with that one, as the umpire tells him that's your short ball. Don't want to see any more of those, and that's fair enough. I'm sure from side on, yep, there is just no more short balls, thank you, says the umpire. And Seba says, okay. That's Fuller, and that's been hit hard. Chance of a catch here. Who wants it? Taken, and that is probably going to be the ball game right there. That is a good catch. Coming in like that, a little bit of sun in the eyes, not too much, but that was in the air for a long time, and it didn't sound like a clean, crisp hit. If it had been, it probably would still be in the air right now. As it is, that is a massive wicket, and that pretty much puts Beveren, well, not just in the driver's seat, but someone's probably handed them the car keys and said to them, look, take it for a spin around the block, that's fine. And look at the happy bowler there with the double cobra, 2 arms raised, looking very happy. So it doesn't matter if you strike at 200, 22, just not enough return there from Sherry Butt. And unfortunately, Hasselt disintegrating here under some very good bowling pressure and fielding pressure as well from Beveren, who are holding on to everything. That's one thing you've got to give them credit for, is that their fielding backs up their bowling, and that is a very good catch from Malingzai. He was very happy, and of course the bowler was very happy. Last ball, the over. Chip down the ground, and Raffiola down there taking care of business, and that is a terrific over. How about that? Well, I thought the previous over was good. I called that from Alakazai almost a match-winning over. This is your match-winning over. 2 runs and 2 wickets from Saber Zakil. He should get a lot of applause, and he does get applause from his teammates as he heads back to his position. And that is a real statement there. 6 overs gone, 69 on the board, loss of 5 wickets. And we are now getting down into what I would call pretty much the underbelly of the Hasselt batting here. Dot ball. Johnny here with a very good comment there. Time for a trip to open his garage doors. I would agree with that one too. Yep. Good to see Ian still in the chat there. Yep, Zakil killing it off. He certainly is. That was a terrific over. Two wickets and 2 runs off that previous over. Just exactly what Beveren wanted to see, and not even close to what Hasselt wanted. We started with a dot here already. Just hits high in the hope it goes out of the ground. It doesn't. It's going to be a second catch for Hadis, who takes a very good catch. The captain standing tall there, runs in and takes a pretty well-judged catch. So Raffiola gets reward for effort, picks up a wicket. Sabir Zakil walks in. He's put his hand up for player of the match with the 46 not out, and then two wickets for 2 runs in his previous over. I'm sure he'll get to bowl again. I'd like to think he would. But that is a nice catch and a good delivery as well. Good reward for Raffiola. He bowled a terrific over previously, and now this one he picks up the wicket. Fakhar Zaman goes just scoring 1 with 3 balls faced, and Hasselt are crumbling. One of the teams who I was expecting to see play in the finals potentially on Sunday, and they're just buckling under the pressure here from Beveren. It's hit very straight. A bit of work to be done here. Good work though from Zakil. Gets around, patrols that part of the boundary very well. So between himself and the skipper, the straight shot is really covered off quite nicely. A bit of a lesson here for the other teams to sort of watch this. It's been very clinical from Beveren. Been very good. Paul Kempin saying start the Merc. Fair enough. Just strays on the pads, that one. I think there was maybe a little bit of a feather edge on that one. I'm watching the umpire for how he calls it. How does he see that? He sees it as runs. Oh, here come the geese. I told you there were geese here at the ground. Here they come. They take that little turn. They go on the far side of the ground, quite low, heading towards the dugout, honking, and then they tear off over the back of the trees. People were thinking I was seeing geese. It was weird. But we caught them on camera a couple of days ago, so I'm happy about that. Zaki Shah. Hasselt skip, what can he do? Well, that adds a little bit of something. He tries to chase the geese with a Grizzly and puts that one out of the ground. Score races up to 77 for 6. But we're inside the 7th. There's only 1 more ball to come. And this game is running away from Hasselt pretty quickly. You can see my friends, the Blues Benders chat, talking about starting the cars. And I've already said that as well, so I think that's a bit of a sign. 42 from 19 for the bonus point, so the bonus point equation is still something worth talking about. Got him. Really good delivery of that one. Alakazai it's full, it's fast, and it kind of made Zaki Shah look a little bit pedestrian with that shot. Look at this. Smack into leg stump. And you look at where his legs are standing and how he's trying to give himself room to sort of free his arms to belt it across, maybe through the covers. And the Beveran team, just watching the way they're getting around here, the way that they're standing tall, they're being very professional, they're clapping, they're not over cheering or being anything sort of like too dramatic about these wins. They're just getting about their business because they know that this is a big game for them. And just remember that bonus point. If they can pick up the bonus point as well, that would be absolutely huge for them. And remember, we talked about the standings not too long ago. I'm going to have a look at the dashboard for the next match coming your way in about sort of about 35 minutes time. I'll get to that in just a moment. Sorry, back to live action. Sabiyazaki was very keen to get bowling again. He just got the ball and said, right, here we go. Thanks very much, guys, putting it back up again. So a couple of changes there for Hasselt. Looks like Stanikzai comes in for Hasselt, and Beveran, it's going to be Jabarkel, a quick bowler, a very fast bowler that he is. He's going to get a chance to join the team. So that strengthens their fast bowling as though they needed strengthening. I mean, their bowling attack is quite solid. And interesting to note that their captain, Hadis Tarakal, he hasn't bowled yet in this match. That shows the depth of their bowling, the fact that he can select so many other players apart from himself to do the job. So that's it just shows their strength. And as I said before, and I'll just repeat that, on the weekend, I think on Saturday, I believe that Beveran are playing 12 Stars for a chance to get to win the championship here, the T20 championship. But I think they need 2 wins, whereas 12 Stars only need 1 win. So that's something just happening here domestically, nothing to do with ECN, nothing to do with this night series. That's just something happening on the side as that shot flies away to the boundary. So Zakil's bowling figures have been slightly destroyed here, considering he got 2 for 2 in the previous over. He's now up to 2 for 8. Still got a couple to come. So keep an eye on the bonus point. 36 from 14 for the bonus point. Surely that's got to be what they have to work on. That is going to bounce just inside the boundary rope there for 4. Only just. Probably about 3 or 4 inches in it. Landed just next to me here. Not quite in the commentary tent, but close anyway. Good evening to Di Maria joining us. You joined us when it was 77 for 7 after 7. Nice, that, isn't it? All the 7s. Swings hard at that one. Just goes out to the field. That's Salazar out there. Fields that one cleanly. Doesn't try to throw it in fast. That should be the end of the over. 88 for 7 after 8. And there was 11 runs off that over. So Hasselt need 31 from 2 overs to pick up the bonus point. Beveran are clearly going to pick up the win here. Have a look at that white line. It's just completely gone the wrong way. From the 3rd over, halfway through the 3rd it was fine. And then 4th, 5th, that 5th and 6th over, all that dive downwards. And it's kind of plateaued now, that run rate, but it needed to upturn and go the other way. It just hasn't happened. Swings hard. This is going to fly out backward a point. It may carry the boundary line. No, it doesn't. Bounces just inside the rope. 3 players collide with each other, almost. And that is going to be 4 runs. 1 player's down. No man went down. And he helped up by his friends there. There it is. No man's gone down. Slight little push there. Not too much there. Mellingsley is the one who ends up chasing, throwing the ball back. But a good chase from the Beveran fielders. Never say die. Always going for it. Good ball. Dot ball. Just swings hard, does Man at that one, and cannot connect. He's got 16 from 10. Even that bonus point is looking a long, long way away. Well, that one's going to go finer. That should carry the boundary line, I believe. Yes, it does. So there you go. So that's going to give him a bit of a push. I'm sure they've got the bonus point in their minds. I'm sure they're thinking about that because let's face it, during the ECS, whether it's night series or day series, that bonus point is absolutely vital to teams. And that can always be the difference between making it into a final, making it to a qualifier, or sitting on the sidelines and not being one of the participating teams. 96 for 7 now. Straight shot, that is lovely. That goes over the top of the scaffolding. That is probably going to be a lost grizzly, or maybe it's on the bike path behind it. No, the umpire immediately goes into the pouch and pulls out a new pill. Look at this. Middled and thumped. Absolutely thumped. What a good shot that was from Gagan Mann. So he's a good striker of the ball. Mishits that one that time though. Yeah, probably not right shot selection. Salazar Israel, he's gone for 28 from his 1.4 overs. 2 to come for him and 2 to come in this 9th over. 17 runs needed for the bonus point for Hasselt to sneak a point away from Beveren. It's in at the body, shouts to catch it. It's going to bounce away. It will be cut off. That's good work there to make sure that doesn't get past. Kunkel patrolling the boundary, backward to square leg. There, he's just coming into shot there. He was never going to be able to catch that one. Umpire taking evasive action as well. It was also nowhere near him, but just for a moment you think, oh, is it? It definitely wasn't. So let's have a look at proceedings now. Well, let's have a look at the bowling card. You can see there that 2 wickets to Rafaela and two wickets to Sabir at the bottom. And 2 at the top there to Kunkel as well. But the 2 bowlers at the bottom, Alakazai and Zakhel, terrific bowling spell from them. And pretty much ripped the guts out of the Hasselt batting department. Just the top order and the middle order have just got starts, but it's not enough. Someone had to kick on, make a big score. Not a good ball, just waits on that one and leans into it and goes crunch. Gagan Mann is racing along here. Have a look at this one again. It was slightly slower and wider, and he just watched it. Just that little hesitation there, that moment's hesitation, and he goes bang. And I think that went for, I thought that went for a maximo actually. I think it went for 4. And as the ball's coming back. Which side of the line did it end up? Here it comes. I stand corrected, it is indeed a 4. There you go. Thank you very much, 2 Circles. You guys do a fantastic job as always. Unfortunately for me, I need to clean these glasses. Just a sort of defensive sort of shot down the ground. Cut off by Rafaela Alakazai, who's patrolling the boundary there. Othmanzai with the job to try to stifle these last few deliveries for Hasselt. They need 11 from 4 to get the bonus point. 11 from 4 required. Oh, that's a full ball. Just watching the umpire there. And indicates no ball. And it has run away as well. So not a good delivery. It's 4. It's a no ball, so there will be a free hit coming. He just got edge, almost cannon into the stump, so it was runs. And the umpire just explaining what's happening here. He's going to go back to his position and confirm free hit. There you go. Turns around and says, yep, that's a free hit. And he does it again. I think the batter was looking away when he did it the first time round. So 6 from 4 for Hasselt to pick up a bonus point. Hits hard. It's miss-hit though. And good work down the ground there to get it around and stop that one from going to the boundary line. So 5 from 3 for that bonus point. Hit hard. Good work from Kunkel. Throws a bit wild though, but he got around very quickly. Oh, not quite picked up from the bowler. Just desperate to break the stumps and doesn't quite get it. Watch this again. So the throw is wild. The keeper underarms it. Would have had him. I reckon he would have had him if he'd broken the stumps in that first effort. Doesn't get it though. Let's have a look. So 3 from 2 for the bonus point. Hits hard and it's not saved. So Hasselt get the boundary, and that means they're going to take the bonus point away from Beveren. Beveren is still going to get 3 points for a good win here today, but the bonus point will go will go into the hands of Hasselt. There you go. Thank you for the confirmation. Hasselt have indeed achieved 1 point there. They've got to 122 for 7. They needed 119, so the bonus point has been picked up. Otmanzai a bit expensive here. He's got 1 for 35. Last ball of the innings coming up. He's been hit hard. Should be a catching opportunity here. No, it lands, and that's it. Doesn't go as far as I would have thought. And the throw's a bit wild, but that is game as the umpire takes the Grizzly back from Noman, who throws it back to him, and that is done. 123 for 7. It's a 46-run victory to Beveren over Hasselt here in this first match here in the evening match. And any minute now the lights will be switched on, and we're going to go to a night match, which is going to start in approximately 25 minutes time. But Beveren, clinical in their demolition here. Good little bit of batting there at the end by Hasselt there. They really sped things up, and I'm sure the run rate graph, if we looked at, will say that as well. That's the teams coming up in match 23, and have a look at Beveren. Won the toss, selected to bat first. So Innings comes in for Hasselt, and for Beveren, it's Jabakel. Let's have a look at the highlights and see how it all unfolded, and Hasselt, how they fell apart there. Unfortunately for them, their chances to get the win were blown away out of the water pretty much in the I think it was the first over when Kankel picked up 2 very important wickets. There was a couple of big hits, so things started well for Hasselt, but then this happened. Hit the top of the, well, just clipped the top of off stump. And that was a big wicket. That was the first one down. Unfortunately there you can see Guman has to leave, hits the pad, upset about that. Wakas Raja, he gets a feather edge, and that is another big wicket. So that was all in the first over. It was, I think, 11 runs and 2 wickets, and it looked like real trouble. Sherry Butt and Tajinder Saran came in. Between the two of them, they started looking pretty good. There was a few big hits. There was a bit of effort there until that happened. And Saran hit it straight down the throat of Hadis there in the long on position. Sorry, yeah, long off position. And then Sherry Butt, he freed his arms a little bit. Ahmed Rashimi here with a big strike down the ground as well over the top of the comms 10. And then that shot from Sherry Butt was good. That was just, it was a bad ball, and he didn't get a lot on it, but it just carried the boundary line by about 5 or 6 metres anyway. Rahimi, he tried his hardest. He hit a couple of sixes, but then he hit a point where he simply just slowed up, and it just seemed he got bogged down with really good bowling. That was and it was Rafael Alakazai who came on the bowl, and Samir Zakil who put the brakes on and took wickets as well. There's the first one from Zakil. Very happy with that, and he'll get another wicket in just a moment as well. It was those 2 overs right in the middle there, overs 4 and 5, where things just completely went the other way, and they struggled big time. And they never really recovered from that either. That's Mellingsley with a good outfield catch there. And when that happened, you felt that that was pretty much game there. Raffaiola there, he was, he came in, I think he picked up, yeah, he got a wicket just there. So between those 2 bowlers, I felt that that was the game set match. Hasselt there, just towards the end, just with a bit of extra striking. Zaki Shah, the captain, trying to put a bit of momentum into the scorebook. And in the end, it was too many wickets and too many runs required for Hasselt, and they've fallen 46 runs short of that big total. Beveren 169 for 4, Hasselt 123 for 7, and that is how things turned out after the full game was finished. A couple of little shots here towards the end just added a bit of momentum and a bit of respectability into Hasselt's score, but I've got to say that was the run out that never happened. Should have happened and didn't happen. Probably a little bit of frustration in the captain there to see that. He was a little bit upset, I think, when we're just fielding in front of me here, when the point was actually picked up. So the bonus point was picked up by Hasselt right at the end there. I think the second last ball of the match was hit for 4, and that was the bonus point. And yeah, I think he was a little bit frustrated with his bowler of the 10th. That was Othmanzai. But anyway, it's academic because it's in the book as that. Only 3 extras there. That just shows the focus of Beveren and their bowling attack. Only 1 wide, 1 by, and 1 no ball. That's a pretty good bowling effort from them. And Gagan Mann deserves a shout out for his 41 not out from 19 deliveries. They needed someone else to step up though. That's what Hasselt needed. Maybe even 2 players to step up and play a really good 40, even a 50. For the bowlers there, Kankel at the top there, he's 2 for 30. Started things off so well. His first over 2 for 11, and it started them right for Hasselt. And as I said earlier, Raffaiola and Sabea, the 2 bowlers at the bottom there, getting 2 for 12 and 2 for 13 respectively. Their middle middle overs, they absolutely destroyed and ripped the guts out of the middle order, the upper and middle order of Hasselt, and they just didn't have a response. So there is the scorecard, and it shows that Beveren beat Hasselt by 46 runs, quite comfortable in the end, but they did pick up a bonus point, did Hasselt. Beveren get 3 points for the win. Hasselt get 1 point for making the bonus target, so that's something that they can take away from that. And yeah, shout out to Sabir Zakir for his 46 not out, and then the 2 for 13 puts his hand up for a player of the match. I wouldn't be surprised if he might have even picked that one up for himself as well. I'll try and check it out and get back to you on that one. If I had an internet that worked, I could probably tell you that right now, but I don't. Doesn't matter. Oh yes, he did. Yes, it just refreshed. He did. So Sabir Zakir got player of the match for that effort with the bat and the ball, so congratulations to him. And that's it for match 22. We'll look ahead now to match 23. It's coming your way in approximately 20 minutes time, so I'll see you back here in 15 minutes with the introduction into that game. It's Beveren against Hasselt again, and the rematch. Let's see if fortunes can be reversed, or we may have a carbon copy of what happened here. Don't go too far away. We're going to be back here in about 15 minutes time with match 23. And I can't wait for that one. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. Saying to you all, I hope you're all well, and I hope you've had a good Wednesday, and we've still got plenty of cricket to come. Don't go too far. I'll be back with you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Lovely Wednesday evening here in central Belgium. Hope you're having a good Wednesday wherever you are in the world. So match 23 is beckoning, and it's a replay of match 22, which is Beveren taking on Hasselt here. And these two teams battling out for top spot, which is currently held by the Brussels Warriors. So those three teams between them, I would think that one of those teams will end up in the top spot by the end of the group stages, and they'll go straight into the final on Sunday, but that remains to be seen. Who it's going to be, we don't know. A lot of teams with a lot of games to play. So why don't we get into this one and see what happens here. It's going to be over to our tournament referee, Shub Bernard, with the coin toss and the captains. Shub, take it away.
Your call. Tail is the call. And tails is it. Beveren won the toss and will have a bat first.
Thank you very much for that, Shub, our tournament referee there. You see there, immediately the skipper of Beveren saying, yes, we want to have a bat first again. See if Lightning can strike twice for them, and if they can put on a big score and then defend that, as they did in the previous match, where the big score was put on the board. And Hasselt ended up 46 runs shy of where they needed to be. It was a good display with the bat and the ball from that team, Beveren, who very quite rightly so picked up 3 points. Hasselt, to their credit, they did pick up 1 point. So what that means, though, and we'll look at the standings a bit later on, is that in the standings that these two teams are now sitting equal second place on 18 points. As we have a look at the teams that are going to go out there right now. And highlighted in blue are the ins and the outs. I can say, though, that for Hasselt, though, Waqas Raja and Fakhar Zaman are already playing here, so they're not the new ins and outs for this match. They were the previous match. Stanik Zai, though, he's in this match. And for Hasselt and for Beveren, Jabarkel, he gets a shot because he is a very good, fiery, fast bowler, and that strengthens the bowling lineup for Beveren. Supercomputer likes Beveren here, gives him a 59% prediction to win the match over Hasselt, only 41% as the teams are coming out. So once again, under lights, the Hasselt team will be in the field. They're going to have to be bowling and fielding their proverbials off as they try to restrict the Beveren team to a score that's gettable. Just keep in mind, with that previous match, there's 169 scored from Beveren in their 10 overs, anchored by a very good 46 not out in the middle order there from Sabir Zarkel. Hasselt in response, 123 for 7. Never looked like getting close after losing 2 wickets in the first over, only 11 runs off the first over as well. And from that point onwards, it was always a really tall order, a very tough ask for them. And they did fall. They did fall. I was saying my name over again there. So I'm starting to get a bit cold here, and as I do, my jaw's just locking up a little bit. Apologies for that one. They did fall short. They fall short by the tune of 46 runs. There's quite a difference there between the teams here. When you see them on paper, you think they're not too different. And I did say at the very top of tonight's broadcast during my day introduction that I felt that this was going to be a bit of a preview of potential preview of finals action on Sunday the 11th. That's finals day. So we are going to start now. Match 23 is off and running. Shouts to catch it. You imagine that for a first baller. Waqas Raja takes the catch. Oh boy. Massive, absolutely huge moment here in the game, and it's only the first ball bowled. Wow. So Hadisul, he's hit the ball straight down the throat of Waqas Raja, who had to camp under it for quite a while. It went so high in the air, it would be a danger to airline flights. And Waqas Raja makes no mistake, holds it beautifully and correctly. No juggle, no wobble, no nothing, just takes it, and he has a proper getter out from his team. And you see there that Hadis is walking off very slowly indeed. It's taken him longer to get off the ground than how long he was out there in the middle. So Beveren lose the skipper, the big hitting Hadisula Tarakel goes on the first delivery. Wow, that's like landing a knockout punch on Mike Tyson in the first moment of the first round. Bang, on the canvas. Let's see if there can be a bit of a jump up here for the Hasselt fielders. They should be on their toes right now because you cannot get a better start than that as a fielding team. Abdul Rashid now facing, guides it into the covers. No run. And Malingzai at the non-striker's end as usual. He's usually the opening batter with Hadis there for Beverin. And Abdul Rashid coming out a lot earlier than he would have expected. So, next ball coming up. Struck on the pad, going to play that towards deep mid-wicket, just swings hard and doesn't really see that one. Rashid there just missing that one. Good over this. What a good start for Hasselt. Yeah, follows him. It's a good ball. Swung a little bit, swung into him as he was backing away to give himself room. Rob Thompson joins us in the chat. Hello there, Rob. Just in time indeed. Paul Kempin calls it the cat amongst the pigeons. It was, wasn't it? Just adjusts his shot there at the last minute. Has to because it doesn't really get up. And Rashid gets himself off the strike and gets himself off his duck as well. Turns things over to Malingzai to try to force things along here. Good start here for Hasselt. Zarkel bowling really well. An amazing first delivery that got the false shot immediately from Hadis Tarakel. So his evening with the bat is done. Such a dominant player to get rid of a batter of that quality in the first ball. It's a big, big moment for Hasselt. Try and capitalise on that. Gets through him. I think he got a tickle on that. I thought I heard something. Umpire agrees. Just a moment's hesitation from the umpire, maybe just making sure he felt that that was exactly right. And Sherry Butt, who's got the job with the gloves behind the stumps, he is taken a ripper. Nicely taken. Just shuffles across and takes the ball. Have a look at this. Cuts in. And I think the batter may feel that maybe that hit the midriff or hit the clothing. But either way you look at it, and the umpires put the finger up. Have a look at this one again. Such a quick delivery as well. There was definitely another noise. But Mansour Malingzai, he's also gone for a first baller. And there's a bit of excitement there as well between the players. And the umpire had to quickly sort of sort them out and say, look, you go there. And the Hasselt senior players also got over to the bowler, to Zakel, and said, no, come on. Let's be grown-ups about this, because he's fired up. He's got 2 for 2. Well, there's a statement from Manzai. He says, let me put that out of the park. And that goes into the part of the ground that no one fears to go, because there's a big undergrowth there. He's actually found a part of the area outside the park I don't think we've had a ball go into before. I've never seen something disappear into that area over the other side of the dugout, but it's a very thick undergrowth there. There's been plenty of deliveries being hit out there, but there you go. There's another one. 8 for 2 now. It's a good delivery. It's swung in the air. It was starting to hone in on off stump. But generous applause for the bowler from his teammates. He finishes that over with just a single down the ground. And that is going to be 2 wickets for 9 runs. So what a good start for Hasselt. The 2 openers back in the shed. Have a look at upcoming events. Well, currently we finished at Malta now with the T20Is, and what a great series that was at Malta. ECS, ECI action as well. Belgium, the ECSN, you've got it right here. We've still got, what, 1, 2, 4 nights to go. And then we completed, so 3 more nights of group games, then the finals. And Jersey, we've got 2 more days of ECS and ECSW action as well. So there's a fair bit going on. Greece, Sweden and Estonia up next. Stanix Eye, he's into the side. He's seeing if he can put a statement here. Bowling to Manzai, who just misses with a gentle little swish. Looking to place that through the offside. Not looking to hit it off, hit the covers off the ball. Just misses it completely, looking to fend it through. Same sort of shot again. Not really swinging hard, but just swinging gently. Just a reminder that Bevan won the toss and wanted to bat first. And so far, not going their way. Not at all. Hello to everyone who's joined us here on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Hope you are doing well wherever you are. Hope you've had a good Wednesday or maybe having a good start to Thursday. Rolls the wrists on that one. Shouts to catch it, but that has gone too square. You could literally see Ottomanzai roll the wrists with pure intent there, right there, just to make sure it didn't go straight down deep in wicket's throat. Good shot. So Beverin, top order being tested slightly here. Brings another miss hit. Now, I've been told by the players, by many of the players, that batting under lights here is a little bit tough. You had Saklan Raja in the chat earlier, having a little conversation with me, and he was one of the ones who told me that, yeah, batting under lights here is very tough, as that is a lovely straight shot. No one's getting that one. Went like a flat tracer bullet. Because you've got the lights here that they're at the, right next to the scaffolding is one of the light towers, and that's the light tower that shines directly into the batter's eyes. They haven't been properly sort of fine-tuned and adjusted yet. That will be happening. Don't worry about that, it will happen, but it probably won't happen until after we finish here. And so there's a bit of a problem just for the batters when it gets dark. So the second, especially the second innings in the second match, it's the last match of the night, it's a little bit tough. So probably not too bad now. There's a little bit of cloud cover around just come over from the western side of the ground, and that's the left side of your screen as you're looking down the pitch. Yeah, so the left side of that shot there is towards the west, and there's just a little bit of weather coming over. Yeah, just not rain, just dark clouds, that's all. Good shot, that one. Well, Otmanzai has stood up here, and he said, look, let me get on with it, because I've now raced the 23 from 8. And with our 2 openers back in the shed, someone's got to take control of this situation and own the innings. And he's put his hand up. Haven't seen him become too damaging a batter for Beverin thus far in this tournament, so he's got every chance to stand up here. So there you can see the current standings. Beverin and Hassop both on 18 points. Hassop's taken a bit of a pounding to the net run rate for that previous game, and as a result, Beverin step over them. Hassop do have another game in hand, more so than Beverin. So after this, Beverin's got 1 more game. Hassop will have 2 more games, so that can change pretty quickly. Good delivery, gets through everyone, gets through the batter, that misses the stumps, it gets through the keeper, and it's going to run away all the way to the boundary line. I think he might have got a little tick on that too. I think the umpire signalled byes, I don't think he did. Yep, so that is a miss. Sherry Butt with the, oh no, byes signal there, thank you. Didn't see him do that. So anyway, Sherry Butt there with he's got the gloves tonight in this match. Usually it's been Tajinder Saran, and this time it's Sherry Butt. Wide ball that one. Tajinder Saran is out there in the field somewhere, trying to locate him. Yeah, definitely wide that one, did not grab any of the line. Can hear a helicopter nearby. That might be the Vinny Chopter. Let's have a look. Sorry, the Vinny Chopter. What's a chopter? The Vinny Copter. No, it's not. That's, well, that could be the Rico Copter. Not sure. And for a surprise drop-in, you never know. We like to surprise you on the European Cricket Network. Well, it's a shy at the bowler's end. There was no one up at the stumps for that. And Hassop need to watch out for that. If they're going to have shies to the stumps and there's no one there, it can end up in buzzers very quickly. We haven't had the jets screaming across the ground tonight. I think it's because the wind has changed around. I think that the planes are taking off from the from the airport in a different direction, because it's always about which way the wind blows. There's a tractor somewhere behind me is slowly going past. Slams into the pad well outside the line of leg stump. Another throw to the bowler's end. There's no one there at the bowler's end. I get pretty hot on this one. I know it's a topic that you've heard me talk about a million times. I get pretty hot on this when there's shies at the stumps and there's no one standing at the stumps. Just don't understand why fielders who aren't involved in the action can't get to the stumps because the bowler's not there. Anyway, Obviously, I grew up with different fielding coaches to the current players. Zarkel, he's halfway through his over. How can he finish this one off? They've heard the grunt there as that was a real effort ball. Just giving a little bit of extra hot sauce on that one. Speaking of hot sauces, myself and Danny Hudacek will be hosting another Hot Nugs in Prague on Friday the 16th of May. So anyone who's tuning in from Prague, just keep that in your mind at the Down Under. Danny Hudacek and myself will be bringing the audio-visual show and, of course, bringing the hot sauces as well. Can't wait for that. It'll be our third session. Lifted, and it's going to go over the infield. 2 bounces and across the boundary line for 4 runs. Nice shot over the covers. Complete control there. Just sat up and said, where do you want to hit me? And without trying to hit the ball too hard, knew exactly where it had to go. I heard the comment, lovely cricket shot somewhere in the background, and it was a lovely shot. Just waited on it and put it where it was needed to go. Didn't have to hit it for 6. Knew that there was a boundary there on the offing, so Rashid moves to 5. He's been a bit slow going. He's faced a bit of fiery bowling. He's taken that one just in the midriff as he spins around the corner. Wicketkeeper's going to get across and say, you okay? And he says, I am fine. Yeah, just a glancing blow. Wasn't a full-blooded into the midriff kind of shot. Side on, you can see that. So Zaki Shah has got the ball. He's going to come into bowl, but that's the power play done. It's 36 in the power play, so Beveren have been a little bit stifled in that first over. Only 9 from the first over, but the 2 big wickets falling. 16 off the second over, that was a bit better for them. And then 11 off that over that's just finished now. Shout out to Arafat Hossein in the chat, who was enjoying the series and enjoying that bowling. Thank you, Arafat. I'm glad you're here in the chat joining us. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. That has been hit really hard and maybe just fumbled over the line. I think Zakel might have been with a chance there of catching that one. We're going to see the replay on this one. Have a look. He didn't have to move all that far, and yeah, but he had to leap a long way. So fair dues to him that he was probably not going to get that one. On a bit of a hiding to nothing to try to leap and bring that one down. So I wouldn't put that down as a chance. Othman Zayat continuing nicely here. We need to be seeing what sort of score that Beveren can get up here. Currently going at just under 13. Obviously they lost the momentum in that first over, but these two are getting it right back now. Well, that sounded like a miss hit. And the catch this time has been taken, and isn't he happy about that? Well, I wouldn't say he spilled the previous attempt. It was a very red-hot chance. He had to leap in the air and get a few fingertips on it, did Zakel. But on this occasion, Abdul Rashid has hit it straight down his throat and completes a good catch. It still went pretty hard and fast to him, and isn't he happy about it? Featured in all the wickets so far, either with the ball and then with the catch, so that's really, really good. Hasselt do deal another blow, and Abdul Rashid just couldn't get going here tonight. And the 5 from 9, you can see those numbers alone tell you that he was struggling. Some good bowling from Hasselt there. They're pumped up. They're really bringing their A game here. And I mentioned this yesterday about players who need to raise their necessity level if they want their teams to play in the finals on Sunday. That was the phrase I used. Ooh, living dangerously there. Just hits it uppishly on the bounce there. Good bit of fielding there. That was Mahathir Mohammed there, who in the covers got a little something like that one. Good backup as well from Wakas Raja. Yeah, the players, and what I feel is that the team who's got the most players who lift that necessity level above from where they've been playing in the last week, they're the people who are going to play on Sunday, and they're the ones who are going to lift the trophy on Sunday night. And that's not to say that the players aren't playing at their best, but I just feel that players have always got a little bit more to give, and it's those players who can step up and just raise that level of what I call necessity, which is what do you have to do to get a win? What do you have to do to get a wicket, to get a boundary, to stop the ball? All those sorts of little bits and pieces. Good work in the field there. Very good work in the field. And that is a little bit of a byplay between the batter and the keeper there. Good to see. Good camaraderie as always. I'd like to give a shout out when I see that, but that's going to be the end of the fourth. Have a look at the run rate situation here. So it's currently going to 11.25, slight tick downwards there. You can see that first over, the two big wickets that occurred there, and that was massive for Hassel. And it's going to be really big chance for them to get Beveren maybe out for, well, after their 10 overs, maybe 100, 110. Depends how they go here. So Mahathir Mohammed, who's got a real good pace about his bowling, he gets a chance now. There was a very famous quote I'm going to give you. While I'm giving you quotes and pearls of wisdom, I just want to give you one more before we continue, and that is about perfection. Players and teams will always talk about how they strive for perfection, and they, you know, that's their goal in their sport that they love, what they want to get. Perfection. The best description I heard of perfection is a number of things, no, a lot of things that you do right. And it's not do well, it's do right. And that was spoken by Marco Pierre White. And honestly, it's one of the best descriptions of perfection, but so simple as well. And I totally hold to that. And I think that that's what I'm looking for here from these teams. Which team can do most things right? Not well, not good, but right. And that's the team that'll lift the trophy at the end. And speaking of that, it's a nice little shot around the corner there. Takes it off middle stump and beats the fielder, runs it away. This outfield for the whole duration of this tournament so far has been like glass. Big hats off and shout out to the 12 Stars Cricket Club for the way they're running the field and the way they're managing it. The curation of the field, the watering and the trimming of the lawns, everything they're doing here is looking really good, and it looks great too. So well done to them. Good work. Mahathir Mohammed, he's got, yeah, really loving his pace. He's only gone for 5, so he's doing the job here. Othman Zai has started to slow down a bit. He was absolutely explosive in the first couple of, well, the first 10 balls that he faced. He's kind of slowed up a bit now. That's a bit of a miss-hit, one bounce. Oh, good work on the boundary line. Had to watch for that little tortug, that little spin that the ball takes when it bounces and pitches. Watch this in the back of the vision there. Bounces, and it just takes that turn, almost overshot it. That was actually a really good display of exactly what I'm talking about. The ball pitched and it just went a little bit to the right. Almost went straight past that, did Zakel. Goes out to the man on the point boundary. Rahimi with a grin on his face as he was almost done by a ball that took a little bit of a turn as well. Yeah, it's one of those things you've got to watch out for. When the ball comes flying off the blade, it's usually got a little bit of spin on it, and it so easily can do the players in. They can be made to look a little bit silly. It's not their fault, but it's very hard to try to field a ball and account for a little bit of a spin that you can't see. Finish with a dot. Good over that. 7 off it only. 52 for 3, halfway through the innings now. And Beveren looking at a score around about sort of 110 at the moment, depending on whether the middle order can fire again. So they're probably looking for Sabah Zakil when he gets in to try to shake things up a little bit. Have a look at this, day 4 or 5. Tomorrow in Jersey, the Liberation Series, which is going along really well. Hope you're enjoying that one. Danny Hudacek and Vinny Sandhu taking care of all the commentary duties there and doing a great job as well. Gets the pad, flies away. Just has a bit of a fumble there. Zakil. Sabir Zakil just giving his pad a bit of a thump. He's fresh off a 46 not out in the previous game. Also earned himself the player of the match. So he'd be looking for something big here. Shouts of easy. That just goes directly to the player who's patrolling the backward square leg boundary. That's Gagan Man out there. Now, Sabir Zakil. He's one of my favourite players in this competition, and one of the reasons why is because his batting and bowling as an all-rounder, it's absolutely superb. He just, look at that, there you go, crunch. It's not. It doesn't have to be pretty, but and it doesn't have to be orthodox, but it's really effective. Look at that. It's almost like he was always going to play that shot if the ball was on that length. Hello to Gola Mustafa in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see everyone in the chat, by the way. Hope you're having a really good Wednesday wherever you are, or a Thursday if you're on the other side of the world. Good change up there from the bowler. 2 to come in this over. 60 for 3 in the 6th. And that expected score is, according to the supercomputers, hovering around 119. That's hit really hard like a bullet. 1 bounce, 4 runs. That probably didn't get very far off the ground at all. That really just went like an absolute bullet. Watch this. It was uppish as he hit it, but just the speed on it was incredible. And it goes into no man's land. Not sure there's anybody even out there to field that one. We're a bit light on when it comes to the spectators today, probably because 12 stars aren't playing. We have a few spectators. I can see 1, 2, 3, probably about 8 in front of the clubhouse. Maybe, oh no, those 2 as well. 10. Shouts a catch and taken. So Zakil has come undone there, going for the big hit. He's really filthy with himself. Again, he's one of the batters who likes to blame his pad. He gives it a real smack with the bat and says, bad pad, bad pad. And watch this. Yeah, right pad had nothing to do with it. But he's picked out the fielder perfectly. And Gagaman takes a very well-judged catch. It came pretty fast, but well-judged nonetheless. Go on, Mustafa. You're asking who will win. Cricket will win. Of course cricket will win. Cricket always wins. Good answer, Paul Kempen. Rob Thompson asking, is this T10? Come on, guys. What other good questions can you ask me? Or ask the chat. What about, I don't know, where are we playing? Where is Belgium? Ask these sorts of questions. What's the? This is really sort of focused on the moderators. I want you to try to give me the without being too rude or inappropriate. Just what's some of the obvious questions that we get asked as mods, as Blue Spanner crew. There's already a couple there. Hello to Christopher Ward. Good to see you there. We do get some quite funny questions, and obviously I'm talking with my Blue Spanner hat on. Wish I had a Blue Spanner hat actually. Spanner head. I think Danny Hudacek often calls me Spanner head because obviously I'm one of the. I kind of think I still am one of the moderators for the chat. Up in the air. Who wants this one? 2 players want it, and in the end it's been spilled. That's just really confusing, and the throw to the bowlers then isn't good either. Now, Mahathir Mohammed has completely thrown Ahmed Rahimi there in attempting that catch, and I got to say, he had no right to be involved in that catching attempt whatsoever. Look at that. Rahimi was all over that, absolutely all over that. And unfortunately, he's been spoiled by his own teammate. Not too sure, but I think people need to be calling. It didn't sound like it was off the center of the bat. And good bit of juggling there. Has he got it? Has he got it? Yes, he does. Zakel keeps the ball in front of him, protects the boundary line, so should get a bit of an applause from his team there. That was still good work. Rob Thompson, yes, that's a good one. That's a good one from Rob. Well, actually, 2 good from Rob. One test match, and the other one who's commentator. Yep. I'd give points for that. What else is there, guys? Come on, help me out. What else do we hear that's rather interesting? Now, it looks to me like I think we've had a retirement here. Just going to double check. No, I haven't. No, sorry, there's no retirement. Sorry, my bad. What is a Corey? What day is it? Is this live? Yes. These are all good. These are all gold. Crunched. Absolutely crunched. So, yes, as it is, Otmanzai, Shahidullah Otmanzai, he has indeed retired himself out after getting a blistering start in this innings. Just losing momentum and turning it over to Let's just see who was brought in. Who's going to come in now? Abdul Sulaiman, who is a big hitter. Now this is a problem. Keeper wants it. Keeper takes it. Keeper called it as well and said, everyone stay away. I'm having this one. And that is a good catch. Now, that's interesting because Abdul Sulaiman, he's come in as the replacement batter for Otmanzai, who was doing quite well, but obviously not well enough that he felt he should stay out there. So that's actually quite interesting to see what's happened there. So Abdul Sulaiman, he's gone for a first baller. So that plan hasn't worked. And that's an interesting little moment here. Is this cricket? Rob Thompson, is this cricket? Yep. I think I've heard that before, which is a bit of a head scratcher as well. 68 for 6 is the score. Just miss hit. Beverin just buckling a little bit here. This isn't the fluid Beverin team that we saw about an hour and a half ago. Oh, Mosharraf with some interesting news. No new Pope today. Try again tomorrow. Is that what happens there? That's the smoke situation, isn't it? Oh, let's have a look at tomorrow night. So tomorrow, Thursday, it's 3 games tomorrow. Please remember 3 games tomorrow. We've got the early start here at 4:45 local time. That's Royal Brussels versus Antwerp head-to-head for 2 matches. And then 12 Stars will play their final group game against Beverin, also playing their final group game. So that's the situation for Thursday action here tomorrow in this night series. Chance for a catch here. Who wants it? It's coming down and spilled quite badly. Chance for a run out. There's no one at the stumps to take the ball. At the risk of repeating myself and being a broken record, why aren't players at the stumps to take the ball for the throw? The run out was there. It should have been a run out. That's a bit slack. Should have had the run out. Shouts of focus from the outfielders. I agree. That's a little bit crazy. Yeah, I don't get that you see in the replay there. Why was Danik Zai not at the stumps? He was 5 meters away. And that's what happens. You then get punished, and that's been put towards the dugout. Christopher Ward with shout out to Alter Ego for the lurking. Nice one. 77 for 6. 2 balls into the 8th. Haiti Mohammed continuing with his pace. That's a good dot through there. Should have had a wicket in the previous ball with that run out. Should have had it. Bit of a shame. Then again, you probably should say, well, probably catch could have been taken as well. Rahimi put a catch down after getting a bit of close attention from his teammate, who is the man in question with the Grizzly, bowling now. We're halfway through the 8th. Bangs it in short, and it goes over the shoulder. Down leg side for a wide. No man shapes and then can't get bat on ball. Yeah, it's been good contest between these two. I think in the previous game, Beverin showed their quality with the bat and then their quality with the ball, and that was a terrific bowling display from them, especially against a team like Hasselt, who have got some pretty good batters in their team. Don't take anything away from their batting. They've got some very good batters. This game is going to be very different. This could end up being like a low-scoring thriller. Depends. It's just when you look at the Beverin team now, they've lost wickets. They're struggling getting bat on ball. It's the twilight time of the night where the lights are taking over as well. Still 2 overs and 2 deliveries to come. That's been crunched pretty hard. Let me see where this one lands as it comes into focus. Almost lands in the midst of the ball boy out there. And that is 6 well-needed runs. So Beverin looking to pile things on here. They don't want a low-scoring thriller. They want to try and step things up and get into the 120s, maybe the 130s. Hasselt are capable of chasing a score of the 130s. They've done it before, and they'll try to do it again if they have to. 84 for 6. Current run rate is only at 10. That's how good these middle overs have been. Fielder chooses not to shy the stumps down, and fair enough too. in Mullen with a good shout there. Headless chicken time. Do you see that from time to time? And when it happens, you know that the panic has really set in and batters are just, well, trying to hit themselves out of trouble. And that goes, sort of reverts back to type, doesn't it? So 85 for 6 with 8 overs bowled. Expected score is just over 100 after Beveren won the toss and elected to bat, losing their 2 openers in the first over. And actually they're losing their first wicket with the first delivery of the match. And that was Haris Tadakal, the big hitter. The only player who's got a century in this series. And he was very upset when he walked off. Not emotional upset, but just dejected. Bends the back on that one, pushes it through a little bit quicker. Dot ball's a good ball. Dot ball's a very good ball. Really gave that a oomph. In the last match, when Zaman took a wicket, it was, I think his skipper, Zaki Shah, got over and ruffled his hair a bit. He was very particular about putting it back in place. See what happens if he can get a wicket here. That's been cut away beautifully, all the way along the ground. 4 runs. That'll be a shot for every day, all day. Nice hit, that one. Really nice hit. The bowler just, he's just having a bit of a chat with Long On about this, saying, yep, I should have put it on the spot. You can see in the background there, he's having a chat with Long On. Getting a little bit of support from his teammates who are looking to try to finish this innings off and try to capitalise on the really good start that Hassel bowlers gave the team. 89 for 6. Swings hard. It's going to land in the field of play. No, doesn't. It lands outside the field of play. I thought that was going to drop in the way that the fielders were congregating there. In the end, it's a lot of emphasis on that one. Have a look at this and, yep. Well, I think it's hit the rope on the full. That's probably what's happened there. I believe. Just watching the umpire, making sure he's happy with that. One more time. Yep, I think there's a puff of sand there as well. So I think that's landed just on the other side of the rope, like literally just on the other side. But Rahimi was in with a chance of catching that. Just needed a couple more steps. Just goes down the ground. Was definitely looking to go offside again with that shot. Does not connect though, or connects but doesn't connect where it was supposed to go. So Noman putting together a pretty good little cameo here at the end. 27 now from 11. So Beveren at one point facing a score around about 105, and now he's pushing that up ever so slightly with this good hitting. Alakazai, can't say the same about that. It's just planted on the crease and swings the blade. So 1 more to come in the 9th, and then we've got 1 full over to go. Let's have a look and see who might bowl that last over as we finish the 9th with a dot. Good ball, that one. So I'm thinking they may give the ball to Stanikzai, who's only bowled 1 over, or someone new may bowl. Let's have a watch and see what happens. So 96 for 6, 9 overs gone. And Hasselt here with a really red-hot chance to get a decent score on the board for them to chase. If they can keep Beveren to something below 110, they would feel that's a win. They would feel they would have won this innings if they can do that. Anything over 110, say more than say 12, 13, 14 runs off the next over, and they're chasing sort of 115, even 120 if the over goes magical. And then I think Beveren would have won the over. That's a good start. There you go. There's a dot. For Hasselt, that's a good start. For Beveren, not so good. It is indeed Stanikzai who's got the duty. Got him. Good delivery. It's full. It's straight at the base of the stumps. And Noman, who had played a really good cameo for those 27 runs, he is gone, dismissed. Stanikzai hits the stumps. He gets a little bit of a rev up from his wicket keeper and says, that's it, want more of that please. Look at this. Does get an inside edge. That helps. But that's a decent cameo from Noman. I think he's done pretty well. And his contribution to the score for Beveren is something that the Beveren team should definitely give him an applause for. because that was definitely required. Yeah, he's getting a little applause from the dugout. I could hear that in the background when he walked back there. So, new batter comes out. He needs to restart again. It's only a few balls left in this innings. Jabba Hill is at the striker's end. He's got to negotiate 4 deliveries. And here comes the first one. Hits the stumps. It was just Yorker length, straight as a die. And I reckon that's probably what Sherry Butt, the wicketkeeper, might even said into the ear of Stanix Eye. He said, look, if they send out Jabbar, just bowl it straight at middle stump, full fast. Don't hold back on the hot sauce. Make sure that one is full and quick, and that's exactly what's happened. And he runs off. Jogs off in the end, says, I'm done here, let's go. All right, can we get Stanix Eye with a hat-trick? Can we get another hat-trick into the Hall of Fame? We've had, I think we've had one hat-trick, I believe, in the night series here. Let's get another one. We're due for another hat-trick. Let's get a little bit of icing on the cake for this night series. This night series deserves a little bit more of a shout-out than simply just 1 century and 1 hat-trick. Here we go. Hat-trick ball coming up for Stanix Eye. Bowling to Alakazai. It's up in the air, and it's going to... Oh, it's put down just on the boundary line. That's so close to both a Maximo and also a hat-trick. That was in the air for an eternity. I lost it in the gloom out there. Let's see, the camera lost it as well. So that's how confusing that got. And in the end, I think it's been grassed. And umpire, I think, is just asking to hold until we get confirmation. It is a 4, so it has bounced inside the field of play. Tajinder Saran, who's usually got the keeper gloves on. He's going to put that down just to the right of screen there. Yep, there you go. Sorry, left of screen. Well, that's a bit more emphatic. And that is 1 bounce and 4. So a couple of 4s here towards the end. Gets a score into triple digits. Beveren race into triple digits with those couple of boundaries. So there you go. That's pretty big for them. Well, they got the 100 up with the previous boundary, but 104 now for 8. Last ball of the innings coming up. Going to run a by or not? No, they're not, because the underarm throw from the keeper is successful and the run out is achieved. So Stanix Eye gets 2 in 2 in that over, and then there's a run out to complete the over. So we're going to end up with 104 for 9 after 10. Beveren score. Hassop will fill there with a red hot chance of pulling these runs in and getting themselves a good win against Beveren here. Finishing there with a wicket as the players stroll off. And I have a look at the chat and see what you guys are talking about there. It's all sorts of stuff. Bob Thompson just got out of bed. Cat's fed. Trying to sleep on my lap. Okay. There you go. In the meantime, that was the first wicket that fell. That was Hadis. And that was big news for Beveren there when they lost their skipper, Hadis Tadakal. First ball, skied it. Wakas Raja takes a good catch. And then this happened. It was the caught behind, straight through. Malling's Eye couldn't believe it. I think he felt he didn't get anything on that one, but the umpire thought he did, and that was enough. And there was a little bit of good hitting here towards, just after that. Then they needed it too. Beveren with their top order still firing there, and it was Othman's Eye who really stepped up. And he just blasted the ball everywhere. He did so good. That's why when he retired himself out around about sort of the end of the 7th over, I think it was a bit of a confusion because I couldn't understand why he'd done that. But he did slow up quite appreciably. And that's probably why he did it anyway. Abdul Rashid couldn't bother the scorers too much. He laboured to 5 from 9 deliveries before being caught on the boundary line. Altman's Eye continuing on his merry way. Well, Sabir came in, Sabir Sakil hit that lovely 6, and I thought, well, here we go again. And then he hit it straight down the throat of Gagan Mann, who took a very good catch on the boundary line. No problem at all. And this is exactly the time where things stopped. Unfortunately for Ahmed Rahimi, he's got a reason to be upset about that. That was his catch all day, every day. Sherry Butt takes a good skying catch. And this was the point in time, these middle overs, where Beveren just ground to a halt. And they weren't making runs. They weren't taking good singles. The bowling had gotten completely on top, and it was only in the last couple of overs that a couple of the batters really started freeing the arms there. and getting into it. Mohamed Noman played a great cameo, 27 from 13, including 3 sixes. Really stepped up for his team and played a terrific innings. Really enjoyed watching that until it was his turn to get knocked over and things started going the other way. Stanixai helped out with 2 big wickets at the end in that final over. A couple of bowls just honed in on the right stump, and Sherry Butt finishes with a run out and says, sorry to you, Alakazai, but you're not going to get that bye, and we'll stop you right there and then. So Hasselt have done a great job here against Beveren. They've stifled them to 104 for 9 after 10, and they've got a red hot chance here to cause a bit of an upset here. Although I wouldn't call Hasselt beating Beveren necessarily an upset, just based on that first game that was played tonight. Have a look at the batting card there. Ottomansai, that 40 before he retired himself out. He did get a lot of dot balls in the second half of his innings. He raced to 35 in no time and then really struggled after that one. Mohamed Noman's 27, that's something worth talking about. He played a terrific innings, real good cameo there. 1, 2, 3, 4 ducks, and all first ball ducks as well. So that's an interesting little stat to keep in your head. Zakiel at 2 for 14 at the top, absolutely smashed the Beveren batters in that first over. Such a good over from him. Zaki Shah with a couple of wickets, Stanixai with a couple of wickets, Zaman with 1, Mahathir Mohammed went wicketless and also managed to spoil a catch that Ahmed Rahimi would have taken. So he had a big day too, for the wrong reasons. Min-match summary says this end, 104 for 9 on the board. Beveren, they score that. Shout out to Ottomansai for that 40 off 22, and Mohamed Noman for the 27 from 13. And those 3 bowlers picking up 2 wickets apiece. So I just mentioned Hasselt need 105 in the next 10 overs. They're going to be out there in about 7 minutes time, maybe 8 minutes time. So join me, Phil G, for the European Cricket Network here in this night series in Belgium, where things are heating up as we head towards final Sunday. Still got a few games to go. So join me here in about 6 or 7 minutes, and let's see what happens in the run chase in the final match for tonight, match 23, hanging in the balance. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back everybody to the run chase here for match 23. Hanging in the balance this one, Hasselt and Beveren going head to head for the second time tonight in this night number 10 in this wonderful European cricket series at night in Belgium at the lovely Stars Arena, the home ground of 12 Stars Hofstede in the centre of Belgium, pretty much dead centre of Belgium. Beveren make 104 for 9 in their 10 overs. They're marching out to the field at the moment to try to defend that. They definitely short of where they wanted to be, definitely a below par score even for them and probably for almost every other team here. And they were pretty mixed up in terms of losing wickets and not getting a bat on ball, a lot of dot balls there as well. And credit to Hasselt as well for doing that to them, to mixing things up. Bonus point equation was up there on the screen and it's already gone. But you know what has to happen there. The batting team need to get a bonus point. Well, if they can get a bonus point, it will be because they score all the runs in 7 overs or less. And for the fielding team, if they can restrict the batting team to a score of, let me try and think what it is, about 72, I think it will be, or maybe 73, I think it was. Just calculating that target in my head. And then that's what has to happen there. I'm sure we'll see that figure up in a moment. In the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you see the target there for 105. That's the target for the win for the game. And then next to it will be a figure in brackets, and that will be for the bonus point. And they just sort themselves out, the bowlers now. Jabarkel looks like he's going to get a chance to bowl the first over. He is an absolute speedster, that man. I'm looking forward to him bowling. It's going to be really good and exciting right from the get-go, right from the off. Beveren, let's see, they're going to be tested here about defending this score. It's not a huge score. It's only 104 runs, so they've got to defend 105. Let's see if they can do that. Almost set to go. In fact, we are going now. Here comes. Here's the run chase. And that is hit around the corner. That's a really good start as that flies away. All the way along the ground. Oh, has it gone over the line? Just waiting for the umpire to call that one. And he does finally call it. The chase was on. I thought the fielder was always out of the chance of getting that one. Watch this again. Gets high up on the bat and taken around the corner. Nice strike nonetheless. Harman Guman. And that was the point where I thought it already crossed the line, so I was confused why they were hesitating and running for a second. Pretty sure it was always going to be a boundary there. So Jabarkel, proper pace, this young man. Shouts a catch as that's just gone straight up in the air, and it lands, well, it lands tantalisingly close. Just in the infield there, you'd think a regulation cover or extra cover would just walk in and take that one. And the field placing is probably everyone just sitting back on their heels in the end. That goes to ground. Opportunity missed there. There's a bit of a rash shot, but Jabarkel, he pulls the rash shot from Guman. Tajinder Saran now gets a chance to face the fast bowling. And he doesn't really do much there. It slams into the stumps. And there was a really good view from where I was sitting, watching those bales fly up into the night sky, blinking big lights. And that was quite an emphatic wicket, that one getting bowled like that. Watch this again, just a really rash shot. Not really playing the ball on its merits. And the explosion of those bales flying. One of them flew very high up in the air. And the umpire, well, it helps the umpire trying to find them when they're flashing like that. So Tajinder Saran, his evening's over, he's done. And he hasn't done anything for the Hasselt batting whatsoever. You could probably say just, yeah, he's done a bit of a mischief to the team by going out for a first bowler. But for Beveren, that's a great start for them. That's a wicket in the first over, exactly what they would have wanted. 5 for 1 now, chasing a score of 105. This could be the low-scoring thriller that we've been hoping for. Bowler in again. Just play with soft hands. Wakas Raja, he'll be looking for a good score here. It's one thing he's hasn't done enough of in this series is to put a good innings together. There's every opportunity here. So I'm just resetting here. I'm just looking at the chat there. Rob Thompson asking what is the 111-4, asking Kev that one. Something to do with Lord Nelson, I believe. Jabbar Killen again. Oh, it's come off the body and onto the stumps. Cannot believe your luck. Oh, Guman has been got undone here. He's swinging the bat and sort of practicing afterwards, but that is just raw pace. I told you that this was a good inclusion into the team because he's got such pace. Look at this. It's sharp, it's in at the body, and it falls onto the stumps. Cannot believe his misfortune there. For Beverin, couldn't believe their luck. That is a big wicket indeed. Both openers are back in the shed now. He's going to hit the pad. Watch. Yeah, hang on. Oh, it's something that your man loves to do as he walks off. Just give that front pad a bit of a thud. He didn't do it. I thought he was going to. I was holding my breath on that one. Oh, thank goodness, because the pad had nothing to do with that. That's just raw pace, and it's just done him. So, 2 wickets in this first over. How about that? Talk about upsetting the apple cart. Hassel in the red-hot chance here to knock off Beverin, and Beverin have fought back in this first over already. Ooh. Whoa, that was a belter of an over. Gets a generous round of applause. He's got a big smile on his face as well. And the Beverin faithful are very happy about that. Almost gets the edge there. What a great delivery that was. Look at the smile. Well bowled, Jabbar. That is a fantastic first over for your team. How about that? 6 runs on the board, but 2 wickets down. 54 matches since a golden ball. And that figure rising ever so slightly every time I look down at it. 54 now. And it's up to either Danny and Vinny over there in Jersey or myself with everybody on the chat here to try to get that figure knocked off back down to 0. That day will be coming soon. But just like Aragorn says in Lord of the Rings, it will happen, but may not be this day. We'll see. Just play with soft hands. Kankel is on to bowl. Sometimes, well, the last match he actually bowled the opening over, but this time he bowls the second over because Jabbar Jabarkal is in the team, so definitely give him the new ball to start things off with. Oh, Kev just explaining, it's just his Kroom111 is an old Google and YouTube username. I always thought it was something to do with Lord Nelson, why he had the 111. Google that if you need to, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, everybody. Clipped off the toes nicely. It's going to run away. Is it going to go through for a goal? No, it doesn't. It's not going to have the legs. Tim Harmer, if you were in the chat, you were looking for a couple of goals earlier. So Sherry Butt gets off the mark with that. Nicely placed. Now there's just a bit of animation here, getting the field ready. There's a couple of players just talking to the bowler. The captain and also Sabir Zakir were just talking to the bowler. Kankel's got the ball now, and I think they're happy with the way the field are looking. Yeah, he's in again now. It's a leg side wide after all that, so no matter what field was placed, it wasn't a good ball. So one of the fielders out is Sabir Zakir. He's patrolling the long on area. Just looking to see who's the other fielder out. Looks like it is third man in the gloom right at the back there. It's very hard to see at the back there because the lights on that tower right at the back as you look down the pitch. The lights at the back there, they're not quite properly aimed down on the ground. They're sort of flashing right in my eyes rather than sort of down below the stand, below the tower, sorry. Kankel in again. It's on the pad. Oh, chance for a shot at the bowler's end. Doesn't eventuate. Rakas Raja living dangerously there. Can't get the ball away. Yeah, Sherry Butter backed up a long way. He was halfway down the pitch. Could not afford a run out at this stage. So already 2 wickets down, 13 for 2. And they would really struggle to fight back here if they lost another one of these in these early overs. Hit down the ground. Tarakel runs, shot the stumps. He's hit the stumps. Oh, now that's really going to hurt. I think that the ball is cannoned up into the midriff. Raja's down. And yeah, Zakir just saying, look, players, just give the bowler a little bit of space here. Just asking the question. I think that's what's happened. The ball it's hit the stumps and it's cannoned into the midriff of the player. He's worn that one. That's really quite bad. I think it would be okay. But wow, that would have really stung. He'll be wearing that one in the ribs. I hope he's okay. That's a very easy way to crack a rib there. I hope he's all right, going to get some attention now. But he has to go off because he was run out. Just going for that quick single. Watch what happens here. I've not seen that. Oh, yeah, I've not seen that before. The ball ricocheting off the stumps straight into the ribs. And tell you what, if he's got no protection there whatsoever, that could have easily just glanced and even, you know, cracked a rib or something like that. I hope it hasn't. I hope it's just given him a little bit of something. He's walking okay. I think it was a cracked rib. I think he looked like he's a bit more struggling than he is now. So, hope it's all good. Hope he's fine. Hello there, Christopher Ward. Hello there to Johnny He and Paul Kempen in the chat too. Kev, seeing you there. Tripp still hanging around. Good to see Tripp hanging around. I thought you were going to disappear before, but you're still here. Good. Oh, shouts to catch it. Could be another wicket. Oh, doesn't attack it as rigorously as maybe he should have. Ooh, tell you what, Hasselt are teetering here. They are teetering in this low-scoring thriller. There's a lot of chat. The Bevan guys are very chatty in the field, trying to fire each other up to defend this total. They're doing a great job so far. Hasselt still need 91 runs at 11.14 per over if they want to win this game. 73 was confirmed as the bonus point, but they definitely want to get the win here. There's a lot for Rahimi to do. There you go. That'll help. Gets a loose ball from Kunkel and puts that one out of the ground with a lovely strike. Yep, nice hit. Well in front of square. Goes into the, well, just over the between the two tents there. That's the dugouts where the players hang out. Hang out. Make it sound like it's a cool place to hang out. Probably is a cool place to hang out, actually. I'm sure there's a lot of people talking about cricket. 2 overs bowled, 20 for 3 on the board. Kunkel goes for 14. It looks like it's going to be, is it Jabbar? Jabbar's going to come back on to bowl himself out. I think it's a pretty good idea. See if he can pick up another 1 or maybe even 2 wickets here and really put Hasselt right on the back foot. And see how he goes. Speedster comes in now. Wow, equal to the task. What a strike that was. That is a lovely Maximo. Just swings, does Sherry Butt, and he got every bit of that. Well, he's an experienced campaigner. Doesn't have to get a lot of runs here tonight, but he needs to guide his team to a good victory. And Rahimi needs to give proper support at the non-striker's end. When it gets his chance to get to the striker's end, he needs to not do anything rash. 79 from 47 now. So the run rate, you'd have to say that run rate is extremely gettable for any team at this kind of level. 10 runs per over. Here we go. He goes like a rocket to the covers. They deny the run. Rahimi, no, he says, sends back Sherry. He says, no, nothing there. Went straight to the player who fired the throw back in. Trip Denny suggesting that I was on the grassy knoll. Well, I won't say I was. I won't say I wasn't. I don't know what I'm saying. Sat in the cat. Kitty says hello. Oh, hello there to Kitty. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying the cricket. Oh, shouts of no. Nervy moments here. I think they just need to see off Jabbar Hill. He's bowling with such ferocity that, well, you know, if Sharibat can keep belting the sixes off him, that's fine. But otherwise, need to be careful here. They can't afford to lose another wicket. They're 3 wickets down, Hasselt, and they're not chasing a massive score. So the run rate is not a big problem. Can't afford to have a run out here. Can't afford to have any kind of out, really. Jabbar Hill steaming in again. Goes leg side. They do take a single here. It's just come off the pad, I think. No, didn't send anything, Woody. Umpire concurs and says yes. And there are 2 balls left. That is the umpire saying to his counterpart, there are 2 balls left in the background there. Yeah, just talking about that run out earlier about Kroom just mentioned about possibly withdrawing the appeal. Yeah, I think probably because the ball had hit the stumps already and he was well out of his ground, even given up. I think that was probably fair enough they didn't withdraw the appeal. You know, it was sort of like the wicket was already done. It was just an unfortunate circumstance of nobody's fault that the ball ricocheted into the player, into Wakas Raja. I hope he's okay. Bends the back on that one, gets a short ball past Rahimi, who he himself is probably about my height. So you'd have to bend the back too hard to get a short ball past me. 27 for 3. One more to come in the power play. This has been a good display for this power play for Beveren. They've really restricted Hasselt. They've taken vital wickets as well. Jabakil is the prime suspect here in this, the fast left armour. He's got 2 for 12. Let's see how he finishes. Just been hit down to the ground for a dot. And he's going to get a generous round of applause from his Beveren teammates for a sensational exhibition of fast bowling. That's a terrific couple of overs from him. Does the job. So power play is finished in the bag. Hasselt, these two players, they're holding it together. Have a look there. It's well, 2 wickets in the first over and then a wicket in the second over. 14 off that second over as well, really helped things along, but still lose a wicket. And there was no magical overs in Beveren's score of 104. And you really felt that that was just all Hasselt there. They did such a good job taking wickets early and maintaining real big pressure. And you can see there by the graph, there wasn't too many big overs. A couple of overs were 16, but then everything else was well below 12, even 11. Slams into the leg there. Shouts out, how's that? Dot ball. Every dot ball getting applauded here from Beveren faithful. Every dot ball so vital. So in the last over, there were 4 dot balls. There was a Maximo to start with, then a couple of dot balls, a leg by, and then a couple of dot balls, and now another dot ball here. So for the last 6 deliveries, that's been 5 dots. It's the pad again. They're going to run through for a leg by. Just the one though. A good pace bowling here. Rafael Alakazai, he bowled so well in the previous match as well. His first over, I think, only went for 4, and it was at a time when Hasselt were looking to really pile on the runs. He went wicketless in that first over, but the pressure he put on was really important. 28 for 3. Yeah, delicately poised this game. Straight up in the air. This is going to carry the boundary line. It's going to go near the scaffolding. And it lands somewhere just behind me there. Behind the scaffolding, behind me as well for a Maximo. So Rahimi jumps into the party and says, I want to have a bit of this. And he smacked that one out of the ground. It went very high. Immediately it just took off. You can see Hadith Darakal just in front of me here. He shaped as though he was going to be in with a chance of a catch, but never going to be the case. That's not the ball. That's a jet flying overhead. Got him. Oh, what a good delivery. That's an absolute cracking delivery. Having been just taken downtown for a big Maximo, the bowler backs himself in there with a bit of extra pace, and Alakazai smashes into the stumps. And that is disappointing from Rahimi, very disappointing from him. He had to stick around. He didn't have to play the main role in this particular run chase. He just had to give assistance to the other guy, Sherry Butt, who's at the non-striker's end. Just need to be turning the runs over. Not everything has to go to the boundary. When you're chasing a score like this, not everything has to be sixes. And unfortunately, Hasselt here have dealt themselves a real body blow losing Rahimi like that. He's standing right in front of the stumps too, sort of maybe taking an off-stump guard. That is big. Big for Beveren, that one. 34 for 4 now. Hasselt, they still need 71 from 38. The run rate is still not a problem, but the wickets are becoming a problem now, because now Gagan Mann comes out. And he put together a good 40-odd not out in the previous innings. If he can replicate that, then they probably will end up getting the win. But it's about replicating what you've already done. That's not easy. Trip Denning asking, did Hassett win the match before? No, they were beaten by 46 runs in the previous match. Trip, it was all Beverin. Nicely played. Just takes it off the toes. Good Yorker length, just pushed down the ground for a single off the mark. Trip then backing himself up and say, oh, that's what the website's for, with a laughing emoji. Exactly what it's there for, Trip. But no, I can tell you that's what happened in the previous match. Beverin pretty much had it one-way traffic, putting on a massive score of, let me just double check that, of 169 for 4, and Hassett being restricted to 123 for 7. So it was a 46-run victory to Beverin, and Hassett never really looked like getting in with a chance. They did pick up the bonus point though, but they didn't get anything else. Good deliver that. Good bowling. This is a really good test of the Beverin bowling here, and so far they're standing up. They're trying to defend a score which is below par like this. This is really, really good bowling from them. So if this is the test, and I believe it is, then to me they are passing with flying colours at the moment. Hassett just struggling to land a blow now. Have a look at the run rate graph there. Obviously we're keeping our eye on that white line, which is below where it needs to be. It's above the red line, which is the bonus point run rate, but it's below that yellow line, and it needs to sort of move up over the next few overs. Just tick upwards ever so slightly. It's a required run rate of not too much. It's only 11 and a bit. Swings that. It's been mishit though. And Jabarkel is patrolling the boundary out there, having bowled 2 very good overs in this game already. So he's got the duty at backward square leg. Oh, sorry, it's square leg. There he is, running towards backward square leg. So gets Sherry Butt on strike. Crunches it into the covers. The fielder there just backpedaling a little bit there. Probably a little bit sort of cautious. He was hoping that wasn't going to be hit so hard. But good work nonetheless. I think it was that was Malling's eye out there. It's a short ball. Now, tearing after this. The keeper's run all that way. Yeah, and it was a short ball. It was a funny old deliver that from Tarakel. Just watching Tarakel, he does look like he's limping. I thought maybe, is that why he wasn't bowling? Or because he's got, and I said this before in the previous match, it's because he's got so many bowling options. He himself doesn't have to bowl. I think he's carrying a slight injury. He was limping a couple of days ago when we saw him here. And I think he's, I think he's done himself a mischief a few days ago. Just not looking like he's moving very well. But bring himself on, as the skippers sometimes do, because they want to lead by example. Good change of pace that one. Oh, it gets away from the keeper. It's unfortunate for the keeper there. It's Abdul Rashid with the gloves. It just bounces away from him there. So Hassett still need a fair few runs. 65 from 31. That run rate required is now over 12. Over 12 and a half actually. Still gettable, of course. Hasn't blown out. So last ball, the 5th coming up. Sherry Butt facing. And just straight drives that one over the head of the bowler. He's going to keep the strike going into the second half of this this run chase. It was a bump ball. So no chance of a catch there. Could have been a crowd catch, but not to be. And that is going to be 5 overs bowled, 41 for 4 on the board. And we have a little look at the in-game analysis. Thanks very much to 1xBet for that. It's look, this is interestingly poised, and this could come down to really the last couple of deliveries. It dare I say, tingle time could possibly become. But this is the sort of match where you'd expect that to happen. It's been such a good bowling display by Beverin. They are really on here to protect this total, this score, to defend 104 runs here under lights. Be such a good effort against Hassett. But they've already got 4 wickets back in the shed. If they get one of these in the next over or 2, I'd be saying they're well and truly in driver's seat with car keys in hand. That's a catch. Oh, it's one bouncing over the boundary line. I don't think that went all the way. No, umpire signals 4. Just for a second though. Yeah, fair way from the player in the end. Because the ball went so fast. I'm not sure. I think the leap in the air was the attempt to maybe kick it into play. So fair call from the fielder there to try that. Rafaela Alcazar with the job here in the 6th over. Goes up in the air, shouts to catch it. This should be caught. Oh, such a tough chance. Had to come in off the boundary line, did Zakiel. Even he's explaining how am I supposed to catch that. Oh, his skipper's actually given a little bit of a fire up and saying, why didn't you catch that? I think it was he was slow out of the blocks. That was the problem. It was not a case of, it was more a case of you just slow out of the blocks. If you look in the background there, and now the conversation going on between the players about why it wasn't caught. And I kind of think the skipper's probably got a point to make there. 46 for 4. Ooh. Ricochets off the bowler, off his left hand. That was just a reflex to have the hands there. I'm not sure that goes down as an opportunity. It might have even been a bump ball. We'll have a look at this one from behind. Yep, bump ball, but still got something on that. And it ends up being a dot, a well-earned dot delivery that. Things heating up now. Run rate required now, pushing beyond 13. That's chipped, and one bounce to the fielder there. That same fielder, Zakiel, who comes off the boundary line. Definitely no chance to get that one. But tantalisingly close. Gagan Mann moves to just 3 from 5. He's struggling a little bit here, considering he belted a really quick 40-something in the previous match. And now Shri Butt, it's a lot on his shoulders now. 20 from 16, needs to get going. Once again, very good fielding there off his own bowling from Alcazar. Doesn't want to give runs away. He's done so well in this over. Started with a 4, and then we've only had a couple of singles. That's it. 6 off the over so far. Just 6 off the over. And this is where Hasselt have to accelerate if they want to get the win here. And they're not accelerating. They're struggling. There's the moon. There it is. That's what it looks like. It's been carved through the covers. Just the one. There is a boundary rider out there. Alongside with the duties out there. That's a good over. Good generous round of applause for Rafaela. He's going to get a bit of a cheer because he's only gone for 7 runs to go with the 6 runs from the previous over. So these middle overs proving damaging. And Hasselt still haven't got to 50 yet. They still haven't got half the runs on the board yet. They've only got 48 after 6. Top order has fallen over here. Sherry Butt and Gagan Mann. It's almost like last chance saloon for these two. If they lose one of these wickets, then we're going to start to get into the very soft underbelly of Hasselt, and they're going to be in all sorts of trouble. The current run rate is just not good enough. It's at currently exactly 8 runs and over. They need to be going at 14 and a quarter. So 57 from the next 4 overs. Zakiel with the job to have another tight over here. Swings hard, brought out a rash shot just over the head of the fielders as they run backwards. Manages to protect the boundary line. Maling's he's gesturing and saying, I'd throw it to the stumps, but you're not at the stumps. He's literally said what I've been saying all night. I'd throw it at the stumps, but you're not standing there. Look at that, he's saying, you're not there. Why am I going to throw it to you? Amazing. Scenes here. Keeper wasn't at the stumps. Bowler wasn't at the stumps. Good dot ball that. Good delivery. Every bit of pressure on Hasselt batting here right now. The Beveran bowlers are standing tall. The fielders are doing a great job too. The animation in the field is because they so want this victory. It's such a massive game for them. Here we go again. Oh man. Now, Sherry Butt, he's an experienced campaigner. He's got to get down there and put a word in his ear and say to him, look, if you're swinging and missing, you need to be just get a single. There are gaps everywhere. All the fielders are back on their heels on the inside of the ring. You can just drop it at your feet and we'll go for a single. Shies the stumps. Oh, now the batter's also taken that one again. He's okay though, just double checked on that. I think bowler's also worn that one as well. I think everyone's worn that. That's it, everyone except the stumps. Watch it coming in. Yeah, it was kind of a battle. So Zakil has protected the batter and he's actually taken one on the arm himself. Good hustle in the field though. Got him. That is probably going to be the ball game. Zakil goes on his run. He wants the high 10. Anyone near him, come to me, he says. Give me the high 10. Massive wicket that Sherry Butt goes. He falls for a very fast and straight delivery. Hones in on the middle of the stumps, the base of the stumps. And that man, Sabir Zakil, he just finds a way. That's why he's probably one of my favourite players in this competition. He just finds a way, with bat or with ball, and he goes for the run towards the point boundary. He's so excited. That's crazy. For Hasselt, they are absolutely being stifled here. Beveren standing up tall, and that's why they are the champions. That's why this is the team that represents Belgium at the ECL. That's why this is the team who are vying for another league championship this weekend. Have you seen a more excited player in the recent times? I don't think I have. Really pumped. Picked up nicely and just eludes the player there. It's gone, I think it's gone all the way for 6. Yes, it has, indicated as 6. So skipper, Zaki Shah, this is last chance for them. Watch where lands. Yep, just over the rope. Good vision there. Thank you very much, 2 circles. Very good vision there. So this really is the last opportunity. 7 overs, 49 needed from the next 3. That's what's required. Have a look very quickly at what's happening in Jersey tomorrow. Danny Hudacek and Vinny Sandhu taking you through the action there. Southern Spitfires, Eastern Royals. Yorkshire Cricket College against Eastern Royals, the lunchtime match of Western Towers and Southern Spitfires. Then we head into the afternoon with Yorkshire Cricket College and Central Commanders, who will then come back to face the Southern Spitfires in the final game tomorrow. We've still got 3 overs here to get through. Let's see what's going to happen. Edged, flies away. 3rd man up inside the circle. Can't do anything about that. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Ooh, game's still alive. Game is still alive. Trip Denny talking about starting the cars. Johnny here reminding him to open the garage door. Anyone reading or hearing me out of context, I have no idea what we're talking about. What's Christopher Ward say? He's usually pretty good at this. I think Trip's asking Christopher as well, so we'll find out soon. Good change of pace there. Haddis there, bring himself onto bowl again, change of pace. He needs the bowler tied over here. 45 from 16, the required run rate is 16.87, but 45 from 16 deliveries. There needs to be at least 3 boundaries every over now and all the way to the end. Goes up in the air, chance of a catch, should be taken, is taken. Jabbar Javakel takes a really good catch, and that is the game. I reckon that's the game right there. Gagan Man is gone. Zaki Shah's still there, but now we're getting into the tail. So the skipper picks himself up a wicket, and Jabbar takes a catch to go with his wickets that he took before, so he's had a good game. And Hasselt are going to struggle now to make a fist of this, I think. It's not over yet. It's still not over yet, but you just feel now with that wicket being the 6th wicket to fall, this is going to be problematic unless someone come in and play a good cameo. Slow ball just has to adjust. Shy at the, oh, good take. So the throw at the bowler's end. And Tarakel, as calm as cucumber, just plucks that wild throw out of the air. Shows no breadth of emotion and just strolls back to his mark and says, let's get on with it, let's bowl another one. 61 for 6, 44 from 14 required. Hasselt looking like they're in deep, deep trouble. Just knocked up in the air for one of the easiest dolly catches you'll see on the European Cricket Network. As simple as you like. And if it wasn't the ball game, the last wicket, then it is right now. That was so disappointing. Zaki Shah could do nothing apart from just hit it straight up in the air. And just look at this, he adjusts his shot and he doesn't know what he's doing. Unfortunately, he's hit it straight to point, and Point accepts the catch, just bowls it down on the ground back to the umpire. And that is a very happy Beveren team. They're going to walk away with the win now. Christopher Ward jumps in, starts the car. Everybody's starting the car, I reckon, now. Beverin not just in the driver's seat, not just with the keys in hand. They're putting the car in reverse, just waiting for that garage door to open, I think. And this is looking really good for Beverin. They're going to end up defending a score that was below par, but they're going to end up defending it, I think. I can't see Hasselt with the firepower to pull this one out of the bag. Clinical display from this team in both games tonight. 61 for 7. Got one more ball to come in this 8th over, and then 2 overs after that. As the temperature starts to drop and my hands are starting to get cold. Shouts a catch. It's going to run away. 1 bounce and 4 runs. I don't think that's going to upset the Beverin team too much. Don't think they'll be too upset about that. So Hadis Tadakel, he's going to finish with 2 for 14 from his 2 overs. Score is 65 for 7. And that is pretty much it. Look at that that white line. It's slightly going down from the 4th over after that wicket fell, and then just flatlining pretty much. There's no uptick of that line whatsoever since between the 1st and 2nd over, and that is the problem. That's where the game's been lost. Just these middle overs have been just excellently bowled by Beverin. Just too good, too clinical. Zaki will now to bowl the 9th. Bends the back and gets a dot. Every dot is so important here. The bonus point can still be picked up by Hasselt. They only need to get 73, so it's only 8 more runs for them to pick up the bonus point. But as far as the win's concerned, with only 3 wickets left, that's going to be really tough. Oh, good work in the covers there to knock it down. Probably has to wear one on the hands, gets over it. His captain gets over and gives him a pat on the head and says, well done. Bit of a sacrifice there in the covers, but that was really well done. Othman Zai has to wear it on the hands. It would have smarted, but he very well does a good job. Stops that getting past, protects the boundary. That's the most important thing. He's tested again. This time it's a clean pickup. Just lobs the throw in. Good work in the covers again. Beverin have really shown their quality here today. This has been a really good exhibition from them in both games with the bat and the ball and the fielding. Gets the charge, comes down the ground. Fielded here just in front of me. So just in singles now. So the bonus point being sought for by Beverin. They need 5 from 8 to pick up the point, but Hasselt, but make no mistake, Beverin got the win in the bag now. Oh, goes to pull the ramp out for reasons that only Stanik's Eye will know. Here you can see the rear lights of the cars all driving away. I can tell that. Yep, I think everyone's called this game now. Fair enough too. It has been a terrific performance from Beverin. Absolutely sensational. Ooh, unlucky not to hit the stumps there. It was full and straight. It wasn't as fast as previous deliveries, but that is the end of the 9th. So Zakil has got 1 for 11 from his 2 overs. He gets a generous little pat on the back from a couple of his teammates. You can see there just at the bottom of the screen. And he's going to wander back to his fielding position. Let's see who's going to bowl the last. 68 for 7. Hasselt just did not have the answers. It's going to be Kankel to bowl. He went for 14 off his first over. Get the feeling he's probably not going to go for 14, and he's going to be searching for a wicket. He's the only bowler who hasn't picked up a wicket here for Beverin, and I think it would be justice if he can at least pick up 1 here. 68 for 7, 73 the target for the bonus point for Hasselt. There's 1 dot. Oh, no, there's going to be buzzers because Abdul Rashidi's just fumbled that one. They're going to get an extra. Oh, keeper just takes his eyes off the ball at the last minute. 69 for 7 now. 4 from 5 for Hasselt to pick up that point. 3 points to go into the bag for the Beverin team. Let's see where this single point will end up. Good ball. It's fuller and it goes between batter and leg stump, but it's a good ball nonetheless. Stanik's Eye unable to get bat on ball. You only need 4 from 4 just to pick up a bonus point. The game was probably lost, I don't know how long ago, but maybe 4 overs ago. Similar. Keeper again just has the fumbles. They get through for one. He can't believe it. He's got a smile on his face, but he's probably thinking, I'm trying to do everything right here, and I've just got a touch of the fumbles in this over. So that's a couple of byes that have been run. Yep, just clamps down on that one and lets it get away from him. So a couple of byes. Still a chance for Hasselt here to pick up the bonus point. 3 from 3 for that bonus point. Hit hard. Has that got all the legs? It does indeed. It comes into focus and goes behind the tent. So that means that Hasselt will at least take 1 point out of this game. I thought for a moment there it was going to be all 4 points to Beveren as it comes out of the night sky. It might have even gone into the dugout tent, but Hasselt do pick up the point. So they do get something out of this game. Now it just remains for the 2 deliveries to be bowled out. There's one. And one more. And that will close out the game. And this has been a dominant performance here from Beveren. Really told the rest of the competition, you know, just because we're in 3rd place, don't you think that we're the 3rd best team in this standings. They have come out and they have pummeled Hasselt, who were they were a couple of points above them when they started this this afternoon's first game. And now they're going to go leaping straight above them, and they're going to go straight to the top of the table with this big win here today. Final ball, it's hit down the ground, goes straight to, that's Raffiola. Raffiola throws the ball in. Kunkel doesn't really want to take the ball because it was pretty hot there, and there is a generous applause. The Beveren team come together. There's high tens, there's hand clapping, there's hugging, there's people crying. It's all going off. Dogs are barking in the background, and it's a wonderful sight here. Beveren shake the hands of their Hasselt opposition, but Hasselt have not raised a fight against this team. It's been all Beveren tonight. They have thoroughly deserved the 2 wins here. They do miss out on both bonus points though, so Hasselt pick up a bonus point in the previous game and also in this game. But make no mistake, Beveren have really stood tall here, and they have defended a score that I really felt that there was no way they were going to defend. In the end, they did it quite easily. And we're going to have a look at highlights in just a moment, and they're coming right now actually to show you what's happened here. So that was an almost wicket there as the ball went into the night sky. That was a wicket. That man Jabbar Jabarkel, he had a good time. He bowled the first couple of overs. He bowled overs number 1 and number 3. Picked up a couple of wickets with nothing but speed. That wicket was so unfortunate. Hit the body and straight onto the stumps. Good could not believe his luck. He was a little bit guilty about that one. And then Kunkel, well, that was a situation we're not going to show that one. They're going to have to, because it was a run-out opportunity that happened, and the ball cannoned into the ribs of the player as he was not making his ground, and he taken off because he was out, but also get some treatment as well. Sherry Butt was in there, looked promising, but just still looked out of sorts. They took a long time to get to his final tally of, I think, 22. I think he ended up getting. Just took forever to get there. 20 deliveries to get to 20 runs. Just didn't look like his usual self. And unfortunately, Omid Rahimi couldn't stick around. He had 12 from 5 deliveries. They needed something more from him. Gagan Mann could only put together 8 runs from 11. It was a bit of a sorry tale, and no one's standing up. And instead, you've got to give full credit to not just the fielders. They caught everything that came their way, but give full credit to the bowlers, because they bowled to a plan and they executed accordingly. And whatever the plan was that they talked about maybe last night over dinner, they have just come here and they've done it so well. Big statement there, really big statement. I can see a few people in the chat saying goodbye, so I'm going to give a shout out to everyone in the chat as well. Paul Kempen, Kev, Christopher Ward, Trip, who else? Ian in there as well, Johnny, a lot, all of you. You usual suspects, I like to call you guys. Thank you so much for your support, and so much for joining us tonight as well in this night number 10. Tomorrow, don't forget, we're starting early. Just before you all click off, remember, we're starting early tomorrow. We've got the 3 games tomorrow, so we'll be starting 2 hours early, and we're going to be vying for a few viewers to join us while the Jersey ECS is going on as well. So good luck with that, Phil. That's always a little bit more difficult. as I watch a little spider crawling on a little web just right in front of me here. Hello, how are you doing, young man? Look at the batting card there. Not much to talk about apart from Shuri Butt's 22 and Omid Rahimi's 12. It's that's it. That's not much else to talk about for Hasselt there. They've been well and truly comprehensively beaten, and it has been a great performance by Beveren. Usually I sort of reserve sort of comments like, well, you know, it's been a good bowling display. No, it's been a sensational bowling display by Beveren in both games, and they need to take full credit. 77 for 7 in 10 overs. That was what the final tally was for Hasselt, and that's nowhere near good enough. And they've been outdone here completely and utterly. Look at the bowling there. Good economies, wickets all round, except for Kankal, who does miss out on a wicket. Never mind, he'll get his chance in the next game. He's a good quality bowler. Sabir Zakil, 1 for 11, 2 for Tarakel and 2 for Jabakil at the top there. Probably going to be player of the match for mine, because those 2 early wickets are what rocked back the team from Hasselt. Completely rocked them back on their haunches. They never really recovered from that. In the end, it's a 27-run win, and you know what? You kind of feel that the win was bigger than that. I think that's probably where I'm thinking, but there wasn't many runs to play with, and Beveren have executed that perfectly. Hasselt do pick up the bonus point again, so they get 2 points out of tonight's 2 games. But make no mistake, Beveren go into the rest of this competition red-hot favourites. They've got 1 more game to play, and then it's going to be their competition is going to be done and dusted. So they've still got 1 more game against 12 Stars. I think it's on Friday night, if I'm not mistaken. So, oh no, it's tomorrow night, actually. So there you go. So what's happening tomorrow night? It is going to be Royal Brussels versus Antwerp tomorrow night. Go head-to-head match 24 and 25. That's starting 2 hours early, don't forget. So the early game's starting at 4:45 local time. And then the last match tomorrow night is Beveren back to take on the host 12 Stars. 12 Stars already pretty much out of this competition. They've got no chance of getting into the finals. So it'll be interesting to see how they play things out tomorrow. It's going to be a lot to play for if you're Beveren though, because you're going to think, well, 1 more win for us, and we secure top spot, and we secure a berth in the final on Sunday the 11th. We'll see about that. Well, it's time for me to say goodnight. I want to give a big shout out to my great friends at 2 Circles for the great work they've done tonight. The Blue Crew around the ground, the volunteers, and of course our hosts here at the ground for looking after us completely and utterly top to bottom. I've been given coffees, I've been given water, I've been looked after, and you can't ask for much more than that. I know the Blue Crew have had the same. So from the lovely ground here, the Stars Arena in central Belgium, it's a good night from me. Thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. You know who you are, the Blue Crew, the Blue Spanner Crew, and everyone else in the chat. Thanks for joining us. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow night. More action coming your way on the European Cricket Network. This is Phil G saying good night. See you soon.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body.